Good morning, Taylor Gang. Taylor Gang, good morning. So y'all, we got some rewatching to do today. All right, y'all. So the last time I seen y'all, it was Valentine's Day. And baby Joe Tacopina and Mr. John Lewin was into it. It was getting real deep. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, Chandra. Good morning, Kim. It was getting real deep the last time that I talked to y'all. Okay. What's his name? Taco and Lewin was going at it, and I had to cut the stream short because I had plans. I had afternoon plans. You know, you got to do stuff around them kids. So we are going to pick back up where we left off at. Hey, Nana. We're going to pick back up where we left off at because the Telegram love to watch at home. So I am going to go ahead and just get us started on finishing closing arguments for A$AP Rocky. I believe that we are going into verdict watch today. I think we're going to get a little verdict. I think it's going to get a little verdict today. What y'all think? Let me know. Hey, Mika. Let me know what y'all think. Or is it Micah? Let me know. So we will just jump right into it. Get it cracking, get it started nice and early for the people. I gotta share the screen now. I'm gonna have to share the screen. Let's see. Okay, sweet. I'm glad y'all telling me that because I sure ain't looked at nothing. So there is no court today. Court is closed, which is fine, which is great. We will just go ahead and catch up with the rest of the world because I'm not there. I'm not gonna hold you. Everybody's like, Taylor, where are the A$AP Rocky 1 minute recaps? Well, y'all, I ain't finished watching. Honestly, this trial has been, hey, Miami-Dade, this trial has been so late that I be tired. Once we get done, I be tired. So I haven't actually made any 1 minute recaps since before Lou took the stand. But I'm gonna give y'all one. I'm gonna give the people one a day in preparation for tomorrow. All right, so we're gonna pick back up. I'm just gonna hit the play button, y'all. The chat is live, so make sure that you are engaging in the chat. Hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done so already. Let's get into it.
I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything improper, but that statement puts the prosecutors in an unfair light. And that was improper. I overruled the objection. I should have sustained it. I don't want any side being disparaged or being put in a false one. So I made that mistake. I own it. I apologize.
Thank you. Two things. One, I realized something. I said before that Mr. Efron said he'd seen the video previously when he said there were 2 shots. What I was talking about was when he was speaking to Wally. He had already seen the video. This was obviously after Rocky's arrest and after the civil suit was filed. So I wasn't suggesting he saw the video when he went to the police on November 8th, in case that came out unclear. My co-pastor thought it did. So anyway, now we're back on the Wally's Jenny case. Look, all I'm saying is this. Their witness said those are fake. They played it as if they were real. So whatever that means. But here, I'm going to go back to the crux of the Wallace and Jimmy case, what we were allowed to play because they impeached the testimony of Efron. And what I argued to you, and I'll say again, is the only crime that was proven here was relative extortion. He heard from his own mouth. And he boasted to Mrs. Jimmy that he was getting $30 million. He said, I already know I'm getting 30 M's. And I told you at the beginning of this case, I said in the opening, that there would be clear evidence of extortion, and here it is.
You know what I'm saying? That's what back when I was lawyer first for extortion. You feel me? he's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Stop for a second, pause for a second. You know, what he's saying is obviously he's gonna trade his cash for the case, sell the criminal case. So he'll get his cash and he'll disappear. The example he uses, the analogy he uses is disgusting. Of course, that's who Harold Front is talking about, a domestic violence case. And he references hitting, he said you're a bitch, but I mean, that's how his mind thinks. That's his example that he could come up with. But it really just goes to show you who he is and how despicable he is. And that was the example he gave. But what he's saying here is, you get my cash, I'm gone. You get them. Play the next one, please.
If I'm not there, he paid me out via through my lawsuit.
Oh.
I'll walk away. Basically, it's gonna be a weaker case in front of me because I'm gonna be on another highway. Just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence and this and that, but it's not gonna be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
That's it. Game, set, and match. That's extortion. That's him trying to sell a criminal case for $30 million. That he will go to an island, be relaxing, if he gets his money. Too bad for them. They'll have to go look for him. They have to find him. Imagine poor Detective Flores having to go search around, looking for Harold Front. He's on an island sipping pina coladas somewhere. For just $30 million. That's it. That's evidence of extortion. It's his mindset. He doesn't care about this. He just wants money. And you're his vehicle. The only reason, and by the way, this transcript's a little tough to read, I think, because I can't see them, but you'll have to go back with you and you'll have the transcripts. But again, remember, the only reason he's not on some island somewhere relaxing, and we're all here in the schoolroom, is because Rocky refused to be a victim of his extortion demands. It's that simple. And that's why he's using this trial, really, using these prosecutors. Now he's trying to use you to get him his money. Because he knows that a conviction here will get him what he really wants in the civil case. That's it. This isn't about justice for him. It's about a payout and a payback. My last quote of some of the greats in our history, using some of the words of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, said an ancient friend is the bitterest of foes. We saw that coming here, live and in color. Lest there be any questions about his true intentions, consider this. He sent an article, you heard this testimony, to Wally Sejek on December 24th, 2024, just before this trial started, entitled, Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial. And he sent it with a smiley face. A smiley face. This parasite is happy if he can hurt that family, that woman, and her family by sending a smiley face. That's funny. That's funny. Because she fears the heartbreaking consequence of this trial. So he doesn't care about this trial. He just wants his money. He wants to be on an island relaxing. And he's laughing and mocking what he can do to Rihanna and them. And he needs you to get that done. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution has not proven this case, not going to launch out. It's not even, this literally, I'm not telling you what to do, this could be a 5-minute verdict. you take as much time as you need. I'm not trying to impede on your province. The only thing proven beyond reasonable doubt is that this really is the other wants to pathological liar, a perjurer, and an extortionist. That's what's been proven beyond reasonable doubt. And they know that. They know that because they asked Nick Flores the question that I just never heard. I used to be a prosecutor. It was a question that they asked.
That's improper argument. Sustained,
Which one?
but they know it's perjury. Sustained. You used to be a prosecutor, Your Honor. It's not part of the evidence.
What was the statement?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the statement, sir? What was the statement? I didn't. What part?
If they know it was perjury.
I didn't say they knew. I didn't say they knew.
Go on.
I said what was proven beyond reasonable doubt, because he's had a lot of liars, perjury, and sources. Didn't say they knew. I understand the court's rulings.
Yeah, we objected regarding discussing the prosecutor.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's.
All right. So anyway,
Sustained, that's.
what they know, they asked Detective Flores this question. Would you agree, Detective Flores, that you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred? Well, first of all, if you do need it. You do. Remember, after breaking it down with Detective Flores, he made it clear to you they have nothing without him. We broke it down with him. We'll show you that transcript in a second. So you definitely need him, but he's just not credible. Why the heck do you think they asked that question? I mean, think about what that question screams out to you in the jury. We don't expect you to believe him, ladies and gentlemen, but it's okay. It's still true. No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. If you had to make a decision, the most important in your life or of that of your family is on his word, would you do it? Terrell Brown's word, would you do it? You all have to answer that question. What you're being asked to do is make that decision in the most important matter in his life, on his word. Please look at the evidence carefully, please. Evaluate it cautiously. You'll see that there's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Mark he's innocent. It's not only not that he's innocent. An innocent man's on trial with absolutely no concrete evidence against him, no reliable evidence against him at all. Because he's innocent. He's not the luckiest man for the face, he's certain. Because there's absolutely no evidence of a shooting. And that heavy burden should not be yours to have to live with on this evidence. It should not be. It's not right, it's not fair to ask you to do what the evidence won't, to condemn an innocent man. And by the way, remember this, it's in your instructions, circumstantial evidence. If the evidence points to both guilt and innocence, you must, there's no option here, you must side with innocence. If there's two interpretations of the evidence, guilt or innocence, you must side with innocence. That's what the law is, Joe Tacopina. It's in your little books, jury instructions. You must, it's not an option. Terrell Efron, I mean, what kind of system, seriously, folks, do we have if this kind of witness can convict someone and destroy their life with all you know about him at this point? I've talked about there not being any forensic evidence in this case, no fingerprints, no DNA, there's none. No independent evidence outside Terrell Efron. And ladies and gentlemen, the judge told you it only takes one lie under oath to throw this case out of court by you, if you choose, your decision. But just one lie. You could, it's justification for you to say, I disregard all this testimony. You can't even count the number of lies he told under oath in this case. You can't. He lied directly, he lied to your face, he lied under oath over and over, he exaggerated, he run around answers to try and avoid questions, he verbally assaulted me, he cursed in the courtroom, he threw a water bottle, flexed his muscles, he said he had enough, he was going to leave. How many does it take for you to know that this case is a fraud? To use Relly's own words, Relly's a fake. And he's just trying to profit off extorting ASAP Rocky. Just wait for one thing, your verdict. Then he's got it. And if they come up and say, well, Relly's not on trial, if that thought crosses your mind, it's true, he's not on trial, but he should be. He should be. Perjury, extortion. But he's not on trial. But what is on trial is his credibility. His credibility is on trial. And that you have to assess, and you get to assess, you must assess. Trial rises and falls on his word. With that in mind, again, I ask, what kind of system do we have if we based on the word of that man? That man. With all you know about him. The issue in this case is the life, future, and liberty. Right. And that's what will be placed in your hands very shortly. And the question I have you before you first said, do you believe Tyrone Efron beyond a reasonable doubt? I'm going to keep saying that because it's really what we need to discuss, beyond a reasonable doubt or not. If you don't, Rocky has to go free. And go home. He has to. Submit upon this testimony you've heard, the perjury you've witnessed, the lies you've seen, the destruction of pieces of evidence you've observed, the application of others, Mr. Efron's trustworthiness. There's no way in the world that you can find that he's trustworthy beyond the reasonable doubt. There's no way. On the important issues in this case. So who wants to find out? They lie about everything. He lied about the important issues. And if you can't do that, if anything they said to you, if anything they presented to you caused you to pause or wonder what really happened, if you have a doubt, a reasonable doubt, Rocky must be acquitted. He must be. That's our legal system. You just witnessed extortion demands throughout the trial of Efron, the lies, the hiding of evidence, the lying about being in Los Angeles 2 weeks before he sends him with 9 million of the shell casings, on and on and on. And if you think he was lying about these important issues, the prosecution's case fails. Fails. So it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not believe Tyrell Efron beyond reasonable doubt, he must be acquitted. That's the law. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. In this case, it's not been proved. In the case of reasonable doubt, whether guilt is satisfactorily shown until it is, he's entitled to prove. And the presumption placed upon the people that heavy burden of proving guilt is beyond reasonable doubt. Why is that standard called beyond reasonable doubt? Why? Look, there are many, I just want to give you some sort of analogies on this, but there are many legal systems around the world that don't have this proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They don't use juries, they use judges 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4. But our country has a philosophy, and that is we cannot convict people who are innocent. We cannot ruin their lives because what happens is so harmful, devastating, brutal, based on anything but the strongest evidence. And what is being attempted here is so harmful, so brutal, so potentially devastating to him. That's why it's such a high standard. Standard is higher than what you find in civil cases when you have disputes over money or property. If you have a reasonable doubt about this case, about the testimony, about the double talk, about the lies, the perjury, the manipulation of evidence, destruction of evidence, Efron's motives, it's over. It's over. You must acquit Rocky. According to the law, it's that strict. Our system isn't perfect. We still have examples of people who are convicted in DNA that exonerates them because well-meaning juries didn't have evidence.
This is improper argument.
So you have those those things, like 250 less. There's nothing to do with this case, right? But it's by jurors who meant well, and then were subsequently exonerated by DNA evidence. Nonetheless, we have a system, and it's the best system in the world. It's the best system in the world here. It can't be perfect because human beings aren't perfect, but I'm begging you to honor that principle. Honor that principle of proof beyond reasonable doubt. Rocky must be acquitted under that standard with all the problems, the falsehoods, and the issues we've addressed. They cannot overcome them. They cannot overcome them. They can exaggerate, they can clean dirt, they can mock terminology of our witnesses, they can be sarcastic, repeating their unimpeached testimony. They can do whatever they want. They can't do this case beyond reasonable doubt. This case never should have been brought to begin with, based on Tyrell Efron, once they learned who he was. These are what we call burdens of proof in our legal system. In a civil case, again, which is dispute over money and property, the one side that proves hundreds of the evidence, that's standard. They get the verdict, okay? And it's often described in very simple terms. If you have a scale, like the scales of justice, if it just goes 51% to 49% in favor of one party, they win. That's a civil case. That's what preponderance of the evidence. That's enough to bankrupt somebody. That's enough to take away their business, leave them penniless. It is not enough to convict them of a crime. There's even a higher standard than that law called clear and convincing evidence. And clear and convincing evidence, for example, in custody disputes, for example, where the custody of a child is at stake. Clear and convincing evidence in some custody disputes, you can take a child away from the parent if you prove by clear and convincing evidence that that parent should not have custody. They have not met the standards for the legal system requires parent. Clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence alone is not enough to convict someone of a crime in the legal system. So take a child away, but not enough to convict of a crime. And let me ask you this: do you think you see clear and convincing evidence in this case that Tyrell Efron is truthful, that he's believable, that he's honest, that he's honorable, does not have financial motive in this case, that is to be believed and trusted? They can't even meet the clear and convincing standard, let alone the highest standard in our legal system, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even close. To further explain beyond a reasonable doubt, the judge gave some great examples in his preliminary instructions and how high that standard is. If you think someone may be guilty, that's not enough. If you think perhaps they're guilty, that's not enough. If you suspect they might be guilty, that's not enough. Possibly guilty, it's not enough. Probably guilty, not enough. Guilty likely, not enough. Guilty highly likely, not enough. It has to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, when you get into that jury room, ask yourself, do we have a reasonable doubt about Tyrell Efron in this case? Any. Because all it takes is one. Just one. Just one. You have 100. All it takes is one. Look, my time is almost up. I want to apologize to you again for when that this journey has taken. But you're seeking justice as really on no shortcuts. You would trade this with me. You want to fight hard and vigorously, especially if it was for a person who's maintained their innocence from the get-go, from day one. And I hope and I trust that you'll understand that in a journey towards justice that there are no shortcuts. Let me tell you how this is going to proceed now. After I go, after lunch, I think, or maybe now, the prosecution will go again for another submission, for rebuttal submission. We had this one opportunity to address you because they have this very heavy burden. So they go first and last. They will seek to rebut, which I brought up. Presumably, they won't be back up here talking about all sorts of new things, or they'll face objection. But they have to seek to rebut what is being argued right now. And let me tell you up front, I'm loath to object during someone else's argument. I don't do this. I didn't do it once before. I'm trying not to do it in this room. But if something new is brought up, it may be important. Let me tell you also this. If he brings up anything new, we may be precluded from standing up again and saying, wait a minute, here's an answer to that. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, you have an answer. But you can substitute your common sense. You all can substitute your common sense. Your judgment in that place, and that's required towards this journey. In this journey towards justice, you can substitute your common sense. You can respond for us, not out loud, don't do that, but you can respond. I'd like to remind you of something Judge Arnold told you. By the way, before I do that, I just want to also tell you that we're all very fortunate having this judge. I've been before many, many judges. His patience with us in particular, his humility, he's an inspiring role model for what a judge should be. So you're all very lucky in this world. I feel it. Anyway, His Honor told you in the beginning that Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity, the prosecution for this, Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity to sum up last. It's not because I lost the point to us. It's not because of that. At the beginning of this thing. It's because that's the rules. They have the very heavy burden, and those rules established by the state. So because they have the heavy burden of proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they go last, and that's a burden that never shifts to us. We have no burden. When a prosecutor has a particularly weak case like this, which stands or falls on evidence not worthy of belief, they always make some sort of pitch like, oh, the witnesses are on trial. I defy them to get up here and convince you that the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky didn't act in self-defense, or defense of another, or that the Star pistol was a real thing, beyond a reasonable doubt. I defy them to explain to you why. Watch for attacks on defense, watch for questions posed by him, knowing we're not allowed to respond. The law says you can't respond for me. Another thing I'm going to pose to them right now. Remember yesterday I was telling you about this issue regarding cartridges from a prop gun. Because you heard about prop gun can eject, does eject some sort of a casing. And I said to you, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank casings from a prop gun look like. You heard evidence that from Lou Levin's the only one that was asked about it. There's paper and plastic in a prop gun bullet, so to speak. There's no evidence of how far or what direction they would be ejected to from the prop gun, whether they would still be intact or not, be split open. There's no evidence of that in this record at all. And certainly, there's no evidence that they would look anything like something that would be observed by the police, like those silver, shiny, metallic casings from a real firearm. No evidence whatsoever. I was told yesterday there was an objection. I was told I was missing the evidence. I then said, first of all, I don't mistake the evidence, and I challenged the prosecution. Okay, if I'm mistaking the evidence, today, when they get up, show the jury.
Your Honor, this is improper argument.
If I mistake the evidence, show the jury when you stand up. That I mistake the evidence, show them the evidence in this record that cartridges from a prop gun are metal or metallic or anything. Anything. There's no evidence in the record at all. I'm still going to mistake the evidence. They could probably show. Now, it comes a time for me now to conclude my remarks, and I may never have another opportunity to speak to you again, certainly not this second, maybe when the case is over. And you've been told many, many times there are very heavy burdens based upon the prosecution of people for good reasons. Prove the state's beyond a reasonable doubt. And as such, it is someone's duty to answer for you as best it can any legitimate questions arising from the evidence which we believe is cast out on Rocky's guilt. There may be 1,000 such questions in a case like this, which we could put to them, but we intend no such exercise. We'll be here until the summer. I do think after careful deliberation that it might be fair to suggest 10 questions that literally hang in the air in this courtroom at this very moment. And as time approaches for you to decide this case, for us to hand the baton to you as you will, I offer these questions now as the most important challenge to the prosecution. The prosecution claims it's met its burden in this case. They claim that. Well, if the burden has in fact been met, then you'll be given logical, sensible, credible, satisfying answers to each of these 10 questions. If, on the other hand, the questions are overwhelming or unanswerable, those questions will be ignored, or you'll be told that the prosecution has no obligation to answer our questions. If you're giving anything less than complete, sensible, satisfactory responses to these 10 questions, beyond a reasonable doubt, you'll quickly realize that the case is transparent and false, We prove real hard things for you, things you can see, things you can take back to the jury room. And in light of this, you have to find Rocky Netfield. And when I'm concluded, and through Mr. Lewin's convenience, I actually decided to deal with these very troublesome questions. I'm going to leave him the written list up here of questions when I conclude. Let's see if he wants to go with it or not, but I'm going to show you those 10 questions here. They are. Let me go over them with you one by one, very briefly. Question number 1. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he photographed shell casings at the scene? Okay, there is none. We know that. Because even though they have photographs from his phone, they didn't get the metadata to show where those photos were taken. We also know they didn't get his GPS location at 11:45 that was shown where he was when he took those photos. Number 2, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the shell casings even came from the scene? No evidence other than his word. Lydia Parker's not here. Let's talk about the metadata and the GPS location. Third question I asked him to answer. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he even went back to the scene? Because now we know he swears that at 11:09, that's not him. That's not him anymore. And there is no video of him going back to the scene. So now we're left with his word again. Because they got Ill's GPS location, but not Relly's. Number 4. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he ever left Los Angeles after going to the shooting range, shooting off 9mm, by the way, 2 weeks before the incident? Again, it's just his word that he left Los Angeles 2 weeks before. So he took a flight, and he took a flight back. That would have been a very easy one to prove. But we just have his word. Number 5. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the scrapes on his knuckles were gunshot wounds? You have to comment on that. Number 6. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that a conversation ever happened on November 5th, to set the tone for November 6th, between ASAP Bari and Rocky? Other than his word, there was no ASAP Bari, there's no phone records, so we just have to take Relly's word that happened. Number 7. In light of Lou Levin's testimony and in light of Lou Levin and 12B's unimpeached testimony, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that Rocky did not carry a weapon? Other than Relly's word? There's none. No evidence of a shooting. Nothing from either video says that's not a problem. None. Number 8. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he was shot by an operable semi-automatic firearm? Again, other than his word, no evidence whatsoever. Number 9, this one's my personal favorite. Number 9. How is it that you do not need Relly's truthful testimony, remember that question, to establish a shooting occurred when Detective Flores told you, A, the parking criteria does not show an operable gun. That's his testimony. So let me break it down this way. Video 1 alone, you don't know if the gun's operable, correct? Correct. B, the video from 1616 Mesa Del Mar does not show if there's any gun at all. The answer to that was specifically just looking at that and not looking at anything else, no. Well, that's the video. Just looking at that, no. And C, the sound heard on the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard may have come from a replica firearm or two, Detective Flores. So, no evidence of an operable gun in one video. No evidence of the gun at all or any shooting in the second video. And the pop, according to that case, detective could have come from a replica. So, do you need Relly's testimony? Because if you just don't have it, if you take it out, like was suggested in that question, Detective Flores told you there's no evidence. No evidence that there was a shooting or an operable firearm. And number 10, given that Relly told you he can lie whenever he wants, you saw him commit perjury multiple times. Relly told you that he will commit perjury when he doesn't want to answer a question. How can you trust Relly with a matter of importance in your life, the life of a loved one, or the life you sit in judgment of? I don't know how they answer those questions. They can't. I believe these 10 questions right here. We'll see if you get answers. I don't think so. You have the capacity to transform this very dark 3.5 years into a bright tomorrow. You have that capacity. You have the power in your hands. It's up to you now. You're going to pass the baton to you now, or very soon anyway. And you will do the right thing, I'm sure of it. You made that commitment for justice. You'll do the right thing. I will go someday on other cases, no doubt. Mr. Lewin, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Sloman, Mr. Kaplan. We will, Judge Arnold will try another case one day, I hope. But this is Rocky's one day in court. By your decision, you control his very life in your hands. Treat it fairly. Treat it fairly. Be fair. Do the right thing. Remember the testimony of Terrell Efron and ask yourselves if you would trust him with any matter of importance in your life. And if the answer is no, you can't trust him with a matter of importance in his life. The case rises and falls, you just saw it with him. All you can do is try and get Rocky's life back. Imagine living under despicable accusation 3.5 years. Facing what he's facing, knowing he didn't do a thing wrong. It's been my privilege, my absolute privilege and honor to represent someone that I admire as much as, and I thank his amazing family for putting their trust in me. You would ask questions in jury selection. If you had a doubt, would you have any problem saying not guilty? Would you have the courage to say not guilty? Did you have the mental fortitude to walk back into this courtroom if they failed to prove him guilty? You had the courage to walk back in here and say you find him not guilty. You all said you could do that. You all said it. That's why you were picked. That's why the 6 of you are here. You know that was part of your job. You said you could do it. I'm going to hold you to that, and I hope you hold yourselves to it. That's what makes the system great. Your courage, your willingness to stand up for what's right. Look, this courtroom says Mark S. Arnold, judge. He's the judge. Judge Arnold's courtroom. But when it comes to the facts in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's right in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's fair in this case, it's your court. No one will take that money. This is your court right now. I'm going to tell you something. What happened here is a pretty. Think about that. Because the message we're going to be sent out, that proof like this is not to convict one of us, one of our citizens. None of us have a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you, Ron.
I'll take a break now, folks. Please be outside. The court will close at 1 o'clock. At which time we will hear from Mr. Lewin. Please remember, keep an open mind. We have not heard everything. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we'll see you in about 70 minutes.
So my son in the office with me today because he don't have school and apparently nobody else is woke. So we're gonna skip ahead to Mr. Lewin's closing argument. Thank God, because Joe went on for too long for me. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. But let's see what Mr. Lewin is talking about.
Parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Lewin, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Ron.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Over lunch, I had a nightmare that when I was going to come back up here, that Mr. Tacopina was only half done. I think, I'm not sure, but I believe I had a birthday and at least one grandchild during that closing. And I bring that up for a specific reason, and that is, do not confuse the length of that argument with the persuasiveness of it. What we kind of have gotten away from is why we're here. So this is the case of People versus Raheem Mayers. This is not People versus Mr. Efron. It's not People versus John Lewin. It's People versus Raheem Mayers. And the reason that I point that out is because if you didn't know better and you listened to the closing, you would think that either Relly was on trial, maybe I was on trial, and we're not on trial. And I think it's important when you are listening and really going through these arguments that you understand what this case is about. And for that reason, I'd love to say that I'm going to be very brief up here. And the reason I'm not going to be is that, unfortunately, I've got an obligation to make sure that I address the points that defense counsel made. Whether those points are relevant, whether those points are persuasive. I can tell you this, I won't be as long as Mr. Tacopina was, and I'm confident that you will get the case today, this afternoon. But that's where we are. I want to start with, this is Randy's Donuts. This is Randy's Donuts. This is on the corner. You're looking at Randy's. This is in Inglewood, on the corner of basically Florence and, Manchester and La Cienega. This is the exit from the 405. If you're coming, we're looking northbound. And 30 years ago, when I was a young deputy DA in Torrance, I used to drive from home, and I would have to take this route on the 405. And I would, every day, I would get off on the 405, and I would tell myself that if God wanted me to get a donut, he would make sure that the light that you can't see right here was red. As you can see, God wanted me to have a lot of donuts. I ended up, most of the time, I stopped. But there came a time where it just wasn't good enough for me to take the chance on the light. So what I would do is, it's a really long straightaway, and you can see when you're getting off the freeway, you can see that light. So what I would do is literally, I would coast my car at 20 or 25 miles an hour, making sure that I hit the red, and then I could go in and I'd get that donut. And I bring this up because passing up that donut was extremely difficult for me. Very, very hard. And most days I wasn't able to do it. And I always thought that that's probably one of the hardest things that I would have to do. And then I became a trial lawyer. Then I started trying cases. Then I started trying serious cases. And I can tell you that what it takes to pass up that donut is nothing compared to what it's like when I have to sit here during a closing argument, the defense is up, and I have to listen. And I want to get up and I want to scream, I want to yell. I can't do it. I try to do different things, try to focus on something else, try to go to a little happy place. It's really, really hard. It's especially hard when, as in this case, Mr. Tacopina makes an argument, and I want to be clear about something. I'm going to attack the arguments that Mr. Tacopina made, because that's what lawyers do, that's what's fair. I'm going to attack the arguments that he made. I'm going to attack the case that the defense put on. I'm not going to attack Mr. Tacopina personally. I'm not going to cast aspersions on evidence that he put on. In the end, witnesses, we don't vouch for our witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. What that means is that we put on witnesses, and those witnesses testify to what they're going to testify to. So I'm going to go through, and I'm going to very critically point out what this case is about and what it isn't about. And kind of before I get there, I want to talk a little bit about your role as jurors. So you 16 people, we started in what year? And I know many of you, probably most, maybe all of you, none of you wanted to be here. Okay? And I get it. It's understandable. But you were chosen. It wasn't simply magic that you ended up as jurors. Both sides chose you. And honestly, and one of the few things Mr. Tacopina and I probably agree on is that in our country, it's an incredible honor to be able to be a juror, because in other countries, we don't have jury trials. We don't have any system of justice. But you were selected, and it literally is an honor. But along with that honor comes a duty and a responsibility. And I'm not going to understate it. I'm not going to pretend it's anything other than it's not. I will tell you, Mr. Kozlenik and I, we have done our duty, our responsibility in putting on this case. We have given you a case, and we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's going to end up going into your hands, and I'm going to explain to you what the evidence demonstrates and what the verdict in the case should be. Some of you might be saying, wait a minute, I don't understand why we had a trial. Because let's face it, no matter how much the defense wants to talk about how this is all about Relly's credibility, it isn't. It's on video. What's amazing about this case is how little in the end Relly's credibility or anything that matters in the case is really an issue. Now, it certainly could have been an issue. There could have been a defense in this case. There could have been, where the defense put on evidence and they said, hey, listen, Relly, you can't see it, but Relly, when he came, had a weapon. And he said, I'm going to kill you. And the defendant at that point in time pulled a gun to defend himself. And the situation ended and Relly followed. And he threatened again, and he pulled out another gun. And that would have been difficult for us to counter, not because it's true, but because the evidence that you would have been given would have been much more problematic, much more difficult. That's not the defense they chose. The defense they chose, and I'm going to get into this in a little more time and more detail, but I want to make sure you all understand it right off the bat. This case comes down to one issue and one issue only. They are saying it's a prop gun. If it's a prop gun, he is absolutely not guilty of the charges. Not because he didn't pull it, not because he didn't fire it, but because under the law, if it's not a real firearm, it's not a violation of Penal Code Section 245, and it's not the personal use of a firearm. Now, here's what's interesting. Again, I'm going to explain this in more detail. Mr. Tacopina got up here and he says, absolutely. Hey, listen, he did not have a real gun. It's a prop gun. But it's still self-defense. That's not true. If it is a prop gun, there is no self-defense. And the only way you can get to self-defense in this case is you have to find, one, that it was a real gun, which it clearly was a real gun. There's no question there. It was a real gun. The prop gun is a figment of the defense and the witnesses who testified to it. You have to find that not only is it a real gun and that it was fired, but that the defendant was defending other individuals or himself, and that the force that he used was necessary. And ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't defending anybody else. The force was not necessary. It's a sad situation, and I'm going to confront this head on. It would be easy for you all as jurors to say, wait a minute, I don't get it. This is a guy who's got everything. He has everything. He's successful. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got 2 children who were here. And some of you might be saying, gosh, you know what? Why would he risk that? And that's a very good question. It's just not a question that is for you to consider. Because in the end, the issue is not why did he risk it? Why did he do what he did? Because what the evidence shows is that is what he did. This is also not, let me repeat, not about Relly and his civil suit. And let's talk about that for a moment. And let's talk about exactly what we are dealing with here. I want to move forward here. As I'm talking, again, some of you might say, hey, listen, Mr. Lewin, we've been listening to this case. Why are you even up here arguing? We get it. If I were in charge of the court system, which I'm not, I would make an adjustment. And what would happen is there would be a scoreboard right on top of between where juror number 4 and juror number 5 is. And I could look up and I could see, okay, we're up 42-0. I can take a knee, I can run the clock out, but I don't have a scoreboard. I have no idea what you 12 jurors are thinking. I have no idea. I have no idea if some of the crazy arguments by the defense, gosh, maybe somebody believes them. One of the most difficult, frustrating things that can happen is, and I try not to do this, but I will see jurors taking notes, writing things down at certain points where I'm thinking, oh my gosh, why are they writing that? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, I don't know what you're writing. I have no idea. You could be writing down a point, you could be writing down, that doesn't make any sense at all. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. I've got an obligation to make sure that I address everything that the defense has brought up. Good points, bad points, irrelevant points, nonsensical points. I have to address it all because I don't know where each one of you are at. And the reason is pretty simple. There is no way that I can ask you 12 jurors to do your job if I haven't done mine. So that's kind of the background of where we find ourselves. All right, let's talk for a second about the defense closing argument, and I think it's important. So what they have done, and listen, I get it. Relly, in a lot of ways, was a very problematic victim Why is he problematic? Well, one, in a lot of ways, he's not very sympathetic. And I'm not here to get you to like Relly, to get you to say, you know what, Relly deserves $30 million. Because unlike what Mr. Tacopina said, you're not here to decide that. You are not here. I'm not Relly's lawyer, and you're not the jury who's going to decide what damages he's going to get. Evidence has showed he has a civil suit. You're aware of that. I'm not telling you anything that's not a part of the evidence. And if that civil suit goes to trial, as you all know, there will be a jury that will decide what, if anything, he gets. That is not U12. I don't mean to shortchange you alternates. Being alternate is a really, I'm not gonna lie, it's a crummy job. You get to sit through everything and then you don't get to vote. I think I said this on Blog. I would have held my hand up and said I cannot be an alternate. I can't do it. I need to be able to vote. So when I say U12, I really mean U16. You never know who's going to end up on our jury. But what is important to keep in mind is that you're not here representing Relly. But you know what I do want to explain? I want to explain for a second what happened with Relly and who he is and what he's been through. And I think it's really important, and this kind of goes to what the defense is in this case. This is a picture that if you look at it, it's very blurry, okay? You can't see what's going on. Why is that? Because what the defense wants to do is they want to zoom up so close on every irrelevant fact that you forget why we're even here. And what's an example now? I'll tell you right now. Mr. Tacopina spent time pointing out the fact that Relly was not honest about buying a property in Miami. Now you need to ask yourselves, what does his property in Miami have to do with what happened on November 6th? Nothing. But he would say, well, but wait a minute. If Relly is not being truthful about that, you don't have to leave about anything. I'm going to get to why that is not what the instructions actually direct you to do. But I want to do something more. I want to do something better. I want to explain to you from the evidence why Relly was up there doing what he did. So let's first talk about the fact that Mr. Tacopina spent a lot of time talking about, hey, the defendant, he just sat there, he was dignified, he didn't make any fuss, etc. That's all true. That doesn't mean anything. The defendant is an extremely powerful individual. His wife is even more powerful. Relly found himself in a situation where he was on the wrong side of that power divide. And by the way, it doesn't matter why he got there, but you know why. You heard it. There was a disagreement about ASAP Josh and about what happened to him and what was going to be paid for and what wasn't. And what's important is that Relly and the defendant had a disagreement about it. That's what happened. And because of that disagreement, and because of ego, this is what happened. Now, some of you might be saying to yourselves, well, wait a minute. I mean, in the end, what really happened in this case? Okay, it wasn't a prop gun, obviously. The evidence demonstrates, and by the way, we don't have to prove that Relly got shot. The reasonable inference from the evidence is that he's got a wound on his hand that he didn't have beforehand. I'm going to address this again, but every time you hear the defense say, where was the witness to testify to that? You need to remember something. They are the ones that are arguing that this was a prop gun. They are the ones that are arguing that Relly didn't actually sustain these injuries from a gunshot. They are the ones arguing that casings would not have been found. You got how many lawyers over there how many people, there was a point in time during jury selection where they almost had a football huddle. There were like 8 or 9 of them over there. Do you think for one moment, 1 millisecond, that if those individuals had something positive to say to help the defendant, that they would have called those individuals? If, for instance, Relly's injuries could not have been caused by a graze wound, they would have called a witness. So what you're left with is, Relly didn't have that wound when it started. He testified that he felt heat going through his hands instantly. So the idea that, well, it's a minor wound, and that's true. But we're not here to talk about the consequences. I want to really point out something that's really important. This was 10 p.m. on a busy Saturday night in the middle of Hollywood. And what happened? And you know this. Well, I'm going to go through this evidence at length. But the short story is that the defendant, because he was angry, because of ego, because of the fact that he is who he is, he decided that he was going to have a confrontation with Relly. That's what happened. We'll go through the video. It's very clear. The defendant goes there with a gun. He's got 2 guys with him. He grabs Relly. He initiated this incident. And what I don't think is being addressed enough, and Relly talked about it, is that, remember, Relly has no idea before this is happening. He doesn't think it's this severe of an issue. They've known each other half their lives. They understand they're upset with each other. That's clear. You have the text back and forth. But at that moment, and I'm not talking about when the defendant fires the gun. I'm talking about the parking garage. When the defendant pulls out the gun, Relly's entire future flashes before his eyes. And do you know what that future is? He's done. It's over. What makes it over? Well, he understands that if the defendant is upset with him enough to pull a gun on him, that he's going to ruin him. As he told you, that means no more artists will sign with him. That means record deals will go away. He's done. And he doesn't know this is coming. He doesn't have time to contemplate it. And what's his response? It's shock and it's anger. And it's not really thinking about what is smart. The argument that Mr. Tacopina makes is, well, who would go after somebody who's pulled a gun on them? Well, that's not quite a fair argument, because it's not somebody who's pulled a gun on them. It's someone that was a close friend. And Relly told you he really wasn't thinking about the consequences. He was angry. He also told you that, you know what? Rocky had pulled the gun on him and he put it back. So he realized at that point, his life as he knew it is over. By the way, he was right. So we're not here to talk about what damages Relly should get, what damages he shouldn't get. But let's remember something. That man shot him. That man took away the career that he had. I don't know what that's worth. 30 million sounds a bit excessive to me, but I'm not the lawyer in that trial and you're not the jury. So that will be hashed out, that will be debated, and that will be eventually decided upon. But there's no question that in that moment, he realized that he was losing something very, very important, very precious. And so what does he do? He follows, and we have the second incident. Now, what started the second incident? We'll never know. We know that Relly is yelling at him. Relly is saying very unkind things. And we know, there's no question, the defendant is proud. Okay? And I'm going to give you another word because I'm not going to hide from it. He's entitled. All right? Everybody runs around. He is a big, important man, and everybody serves him. This is just a small example, but it's important. The witnesses who came in are dependent upon him financially. They're dependent upon him for their careers. And what happened in the middle of a trial with 12 on the stand? 12's asked a question. Has anyone ever seen or heard a defendant yell out to a witness in front of the jury, "Don't answer that"? That's what happens when you have a lot of power. And no one has ever told you, you know what? You can't do that. So why did the defendant, why did he take out the gun and fire those shots? I don't know. But you don't have to figure that out either. Because in the end, and I covered this in jury selection, I asked each one of you, if I prove to you, Mr. Prezlemic and I, if we prove to you what happened in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, and you don't understand why it happened, it still happened. But that's not where the story ends, because that act, and the first act's important too. When he pulls the gun out, I'm gonna go through the video, but it's very clear that that incident ends because a couple of people walk by. That's very clear. There are witnesses. One of the witnesses, I think 12, I believe, even mentioned, yeah, there's people walking by, but that's not what ended. Well, you can see where they are. And you can see that right after, that's when he puts the gun back. When they get to the second scene, something happens. And one of the things that makes no sense in the defense argument, 0 sense, is that they keep talking about the timing of the shots. Okay? It's not when the first shot was fired, and you're going to see it. You can see, you can't tell what it is, but you can see Rocky make a movement behind his back and pull out a firearm. Pull out, you can't tell what it is, but he's going to pull that item out, and at that point in time, he's going to start advancing to where Relly and Gills are. That is what Relly responds to. Is that firearm being pulled out? Yes, he grabs Gills before the first shot is fired because he's trying to avoid getting shot. So again, the timing of which shot it is it 1 second before or after? That's an irrelevancy. It doesn't matter. It's not even the defense theory. And the other thing that is really, really important, and again, I'm going to call it out, I'm not going to hide behind it. That man decided that his ego and his vendetta and his anger at Relly was important enough that he was going to risk not only Relly's life or Ill's life, but he was going to fire 2 shots from a 9mm firearm in the middle of Hollywood. Now, I don't have to tell you, because you all know it's common sense. Bullets travel until they hit something. That's what happens. They're fired at very, very high velocity. They're coming out at an incredible speed. And they travel until they hit something. Sometimes what they hit is the ground. And they ricochet. Sometimes what they hit is a car. Sometimes what they hit is the person they're aimed at. And sometimes some tourist walking down Hollywood Boulevard with her family all of a sudden drops dead because they've been shot in the head by a bullet that somebody selfishly fired to settle a childish dispute. That's what he did. That's the conduct in this case. It's not about what injury Relly received. It's not about how much money he's going to sue for. Those are not in the jury instructions. you're not going to see a jury instruction on, quote, extortion. Because that's not what you're here to decide. That's what happened in this case. That man decided, you know what? I'm angry, and I'm going to show him. The defense argument, as I listened, it was almost like Mr. Tacopina took off in a plane with no flight plan, and he flew around in circles. Circle after circle after circle. And eventually, he kind of just ran out of gas and kind of just crashed the plane. There wasn't much direction. There wasn't much focus. And there wasn't an emphasis on the actual facts you're here to decide. Now listen, he's got a tough case. In opening statement, my partner got up here and he told me this is a simple case. It is a simple case. I'm going to tell you, this case could and easily could be a 5-minute verdict. And here's why. Because once you decide that this was not a prop gun, and ladies and gentlemen, it's not a prop gun. I'm going to go through all the reasons. And once you decide that, this case is done. It's over. Because that's the defense in the case. Not, as Mr. Tacopina tried to argue, well, in self-defense. You notice, Mr. Tacopina didn't actually reach the next step. He talked about self-defense, but he never explained to you, for it to be self-defense, you have to find that it was a real gun. That's what you have to find. If you have a question about that, you ask the court. You have to find, to get to self-defense, that it was a real gun. And their defense in this case was, it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. Was it a prop gun or was it not? If you find it's a prop gun, all I can say is, you know what? You really need to examine why you're getting there. And I'm going to bring up something that's really important. The defendant is a celebrity. His wife's an even bigger celebrity. Many of you know who they are. They brought in 2 adorable children yesterday for closing argument. Now, they haven't been here at any other time. And you have to ask yourselves, those kids have a right to be here. Why children that age would be here in a situation like this, don't know. But you have to ask yourselves, am I going to let my feelings of not wanting to convict the defendant? And Mr. Tacopina made it very clear. If you noticed in closing today, he literally brought up Rihanna, he brought up the defendant's family, and he basically was saying, hey, listen, if you convict him, it's going to be very difficult on the family. That is not something you are allowed to consider. So I'm not telling you I don't think you should consider it. You are not allowed to consider it. If you think you are allowed to consider it, ask the question to the judge. When you go back, you can send out notes. You can ask questions. You are not allowed to consider how this might affect Rihanna or his kids. And there's a very simple reason. We are all in the world responsible for what we do. And I'm going to add something else too. There was testimony from ASAP Lou. And ASAP Lou, even though it wasn't a question, ASAP Lou wanted to get in front of you, I think 2 times at a minimum, that the defendant is looking at 24 years in prison. The defendant is looking at whatever Judge Arnold decides he's going to give him. So you are not allowed, by the way, to consider, oh my gosh, if I convict, you get 24 years. You're not allowed to consider, even if that was true. But in the end, Judge Arnold will decide what the sentence in this case is. So if any of you go back there and say, you know what, I just don't think that this crime, I'm just not comfortable with 24 years, you can't do that. if one of the rest of you does it, guys, it's misconduct. You can't do it. You got to stop yourself. You got to stop the person next to you. You got to say, you know what? We can't do that. All right. You've got to base your decision on this case on the facts that have been proved from the evidence. Now, this is really important. The instruction does not say on the facts that have been proved from the people's evidence. That is hugely important in this case. There is no question whatsoever that our case got immeasurably stronger because the defense chose to put on a case. No question. Even if some of you were saying to yourselves, you know what, I don't think based on just what the prosecution put on that I would have convicted. And let's think about that for a second. Until the defense case, now they mentioned an opening, but remember, opening is not evidence. Until the defense case, we don't know what the defense is. It could have been self-defense. It could have been any number of things. It wasn't. They chose to put on a defense. They didn't have to. You remembered what year I asked you all, are you going to give any points to the defense if they choose to put on a defense in their case? Well, they don't have to. Or are you going to look at their evidence as critically, as importantly as you do for our evidence? You all said you would do it. They elected to put on a defense that killed their case. It destroyed it. And I'll go through it. It started with Wally. The best evidence from the victim. This is probably the second thing I agree with Mr. Tacopina. Mr. Tacopina put on Wally to impeach the defendant, to impeach the victim on an issue of whether it was his voice. And obviously, it was Relly's voice. And obviously, he was uncooperative. But let's take a step back and ask ourselves, why was Relly uncooperative in this case? Relly told you, and you saw evidence of it, in April of 2022, when it came out that Relly was the individual who reported the defendant to the police, he's facing death threats. His family is facing death threats. So he is up there not wanting to answer any question about his family. He doesn't even want to give his girlfriend's name. He doesn't want to say where he lives. He doesn't want to identify anything about Miami. You got to ask yourselves, first of all, is it understandable why he didn't want to answer those questions? Of course it is. You have to ask yourselves, Mr. Tacopina repeatedly asked those questions. Listen, that's his right as a lawyer. He can certainly do that. But it was very clear that the result of that, if not the intention, was to get Relly upset, to get him agitated, and to shut him down. And that's what happened. But even more importantly, none of those questions, none of those answers matter. And what's amazing is the defense, their witness, they put on the evidence from Wally, which is some of the most crucial evidence in the case. And again, I'm going to get there. So the defense had no obligation to put on a case. They could have done nothing. But do not be mistaken. Some jurors go back and they say, you know what? Well, because if I only look at the people's case, they haven't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why this says prove from the evidence, not prove from the people's evidence, all of the evidence in the case. So we've got a duty, and we don't hide behind it at all. We have a duty to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And by the way, it's interesting. Mr. Tacopina keeps talking about, quote, reasonable doubts. There's no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not individual pieces. Reasonable doubt is an overall view from all of the evidence. So when he says, well, listen, if you have a reasonable doubt about Relly's credibility, then that means it's a not guilty. That's not true at all. The question is, when you look at all of the evidence, if you find that Relly's credibility is really material, if you find that there isn't other evidence that overcomes it, does the overall collection of the evidence cause you to have a reasonable doubt? There is no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not like pieces of a cookie where you pick up one and go, oh, here's a reasonable doubt. Here, it's not how it works. And you got the instruction that shows it. We have to prove every element of the crimes charged. No question, that's our burden. But this is really important. Not every element in every case is in dispute or reasonably in dispute. So what does that mean? So for instance, we would have had to prove that it was the defendant who was at the scene. That's our burden. But the defense has already conceded that. We would have had to prove that the defendant had a gun. They've already conceded he had a gun. They say it's a prop gun. We would have had to concede, we would have had to prove, that the defendant assaulted Relly with the gun. Well, they've conceded that. They just say it was a prop gun. We don't have to prove whatsoever that the defendant shot Relly, although that's what the evidence demonstrates. So very little in this case is in dispute, and that is hugely important. So let's talk about the relevant evidence in this case. So the day before the shooting, November 5th, 2021, Relly's in a car with Jabari. Again, I got to talk about Bari for a second, ASAP Bari. The defense is saying, well, why didn't you bring Bari in to us? Bari is the guy, if you remember, who posted, who is calling Relly a rat or a snitch. I can't remember which it is right now. The people's position is that Bari is not credible. If the defense wanted to bring him in, if they thought that he had evidence to add to their case, they would have brought him in. They flew in a guy from France, okay? Let's just take a step back. They flew in an individual from France at tremendous expense on almost no notice. And they flew him in because they wanted to prove that that was Relly's voice on the tape. Now, one has to ask themselves, do they listen to the tapes? Because the tapes are some of the best evidence we have in this case. And you know that they only played for you a little snippet. I'm going to play the whole first part of that call, uninterrupted. I'm not going to give a snippet. So what happened in this case? Day before the shooting, there's an issue between the two of them. Okay? The defendant is upset with Relly. That's not in dispute. He's upset with him. I have no idea whether Relly was right about this dispute or the defendant was right about the dispute. But here's what I know for sure. It does not matter. It's not an issue for you to even consider. If let's assume that Relly paid for every part of ASAP Josh's funeral. Okay? The most expensive funeral in the history of mankind. He paid $20 million for the funeral. Let's assume that happened. It doesn't change the fact that he can't assault him with a firearm. I don't know. We have no idea who was right on this, but it's very clear it doesn't matter. But what's important is there is a dispute. And by the way, if that call did not take place, do you believe for a second that they would not have brought ASAP Bari in? And what do you think would have been the response for the defense if we would have brought ASAP Bari in, and ASAP Bari would have lied the same way that Welby lied, and Wally lied, and ASAP Lou lied? So he's his close friend. If that guy was going to help him, they would have called him. And they have the power of the subpoena just like we do. And in fact, he's the defendant's friend. They know where he is. They're able to access him. So the fact that he's not here, do not get caught up in that game. But, again, the relevance of this is simply that they had a dispute the day before. And the defendant, who is clearly a proud individual, got embarrassed by the fact that Relly is hearing him talking about him behind his back, which, let's face it, it's not very manly, okay? It's just not. And it's clear that the defendant is embarrassed by this. He's embarrassed by the fact that Relly knows he is talking about him behind his back. And Relly doesn't like it, clearly. So this is the day before the shooting. You can see what's going on. I'm not going to repeat the language. This is what we have. And by the way, at this point in time, this is a stupid little incident, okay? The man's a multi-millionaire. Why on earth is he going to take it to the level that he took it? I don't know, but that's exactly what he did. So what happens? Well, the day of the shooting, we know that Relly is receiving a bunch of calls from the defendant, from Ills, and from Twelby. And if you don't think that Ills and Twelby know what's going on, I got a bridge to sell you, okay? If you think, as the defense argued, that those were credible witnesses, Relly was angry and he was hostile. They weren't angry or hostile. They were just liars. Start to finish. So what happens? Well, we know shortly before the shooting, let's get to it, stop ducking my calls. Now, by the way, Relly says, hey, listen, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. And when you look at it, it looks like they're going to have a disagreement. But this is really important. Relly can kick the defendant's ass all day, okay? That's clear. But if Relly does that, he loses his life. He doesn't have any interest in doing that. He knows it, the defendant knows it, everybody knows it. Even those lying witnesses, Twelby and Lou, eventually had to concede that the defendant has a lot of power in the industry. The industry where Relly works, the industry that he is dependent upon for his livelihood. So he's got not only no motivation for getting into a fight with the defendant, he can't do it. He's got to sit back and take whatever he's going to take because he's power. That's who he is. He's got power. There's Rocky and there's Relly. Rocky knows it and Relly knows it. That's just the facts of life. So what happens? We have this incident. Now, thank God we have video in this case. Okay? Because without video, we'd all be in trouble. This video is very clear. And when Relly is walking, there's a couple things you want to consider. I'm going to get to this again. The idea that the defendant is bringing a gun to this meeting makes no sense at all. He's got two guys with him. He's not afraid of Relly. Relly's not looking for a fight. And you're going to see that the first action is the defendant grabbing Relly. That's what you're going to see as they're walking up. And I have this is slowed down so you can see. So what you saw, the defendant grabs his arm. Now the defendant is pushing him forward. Relly is holding him back. Now this is really important. Stop it for a minute, please. Do you mind stopping it for a minute? So this is really important. Some stuff in the trial is almost fine. I would ask Twelby, so what was the weather like of that night? Man, it's cold. And Relly, he's huge. He's got muscles all over his body. They made Relly out to be the Hulk. they made that happen because that's the narrative they wanted to create. But the problem is if you watch, Relly clearly is stronger than Rocky is. He's stronger than Ills is. Yet he's letting Rocky push him back. If he had wanted to, he had his hand available to punch Rocky. He didn't do it. Probably not because he didn't want to, because he's a grown man who understands that if he does that, it's over. He's got no career. He's done. What he doesn't understand is that in the next moment, Rocky's going to take out a gun, and Relly is going to realize, oh my God, it's over anyway. Please play it. Should I stop it? Stop. I don't know if you remember, but when I had 12 on cross-examination, and he is saying that he's trying to pull the Relly off of Rocky. And I think this same image, and I'm asking him, well, wait a minute, how are you trying to pull Relly off of Rocky when you're in the middle? You're trying to keep Rocky off of Relly. No, I'm not in the middle. Of course he's in the middle. Keep playing it. And now watch the gun. Stop. It is true, we do not see the gun come out. But we know from before that the gun was not in Rocky's hand because we saw his hand before. Now, if you remember, what was 12's version of how the gun came out? I mean, guys, I'm not making this up. He said that Relly lifts Rocky off the ground. His pants fall down, and Relly reaches back to pull his pants up and happens to end up with the gun and what looks like his finger on the trigger. That is more absurd than, again, the tornado example with Bill. It's absurd. It insults your intelligence. And the only value that it has is if you are going to try to find a way to let this man get away with what he's done. And this goes back to what your duty is. You're here to call balls and strikes. What happens to Rocky is not your responsibility. Not whatsoever. Your responsibility is determining what happened. It's almost like what an umpire does, okay? When an umpire calls a strike or calls a ball, he doesn't own what happens in the game. The players decide the game. He's just making the calls according to the rules. Do not be fooled into the idea that, quote, Rocky's life is in your hands. Rocky's life is not in your hands. The determination of what Rocky did is. And what happens from there, that's on him, and that's up to the judge. So what happens? So he's got the gun out. Continue to play, please. Stop. So if he was trying to put the gun back, why is the gun now from behind him to in front of him? So they're going to say, well, you don't see what he does with the gun. Well, if his gun fell out accidentally, why doesn't he put it back? Well, it's because it didn't fall out accidentally. He pulled it out, and now he's going to assault Relly with it. And the fact that you don't see the assault because of the cameras, ask yourselves, logically, he took the gun out. He switched hands. The gun is now in front of him. What's he doing with the gun? He's doing exactly what Relly said he was doing with it. And by the way, nobody said that the defendant tried to murder Relly, intended to murder Relly. You're not charged with that. So the gun comes out, continue to play. Stop. And now, if you notice, he's about to put the gun back. And you're going to see the people crossing because, keep playing. So the gun went back because you see the people that are on top? They're walking from the direction where Rocky just was. Now, why Rocky put that gun away, we're never going to know. I can't prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt why he put the gun away. No one can. I can tell you that the evidence suggests clearly, it's undisputed, there's a couple of people walking right by. It's in the middle of Hollywood, and Rock's a pretty famous person, and if he was planning on shooting the gun at that point in time, that would really seem to be an ill-advised place to do it. You have to ask yourself, do you think it's a coincidence that when Rocky ends up actually shooting the gun, that the gun is shot in a place where Rocky reasonably doesn't believe anybody's watching him? He didn't know about the cameras. He knows there's a crowd of people here. Jimmy Blakely. So this is how the first incident ends. Okay, this is how it ends. So when we're looking at this, that's count one. That's the assault with a firearm. That's the personal use of the firearm. We don't have to prove any more than what you've just seen. Now, we do have to prove that it's a real gun. And here's what's interesting. Why are we unable to determine definitively? We certainly have strong evidence that it's a real gun based on what happens in the next scene. But who is in control of that gun? And let's think about what the argument is. They're saying that's a prop gun. Where's the prop gun? How are we supposed to prove that it's not a prop gun when they've got the gun and they got rid of it? It's impossible. There's no way for us to do anything more than what we've done. So what happens at the next scene? Part two of this. Now this is going to be important because what you're going to see here is you're going to see that the incident starts before Relly ever grabs Ills. By the way, Ills is the guy he likes. He doesn't like 12-8. So you want to just ask yourself for a second. He never tells anybody, hey, Ills had a gun, Ills had a knife. Here's why I assaulted Ills. He's not assaulting Ills. He's not punching him. He's not doing anything to Ills. He's using Ills as a shield, just like he's going to say. But let's look up to the top left corner what's going to happen. Oh, you know, this is okay. So here we go. Back it up again. Start this one over. So when you're watching this, what you're going to see is not as the defense described, that Relly grabs Ills and then Rocky defends him. What you're going to see is Rocky is going to reach behind and then he's going to advance towards Relly. That is clearly when Relly sees the firearm, and that's when he ends up grabbing Ills. So the idea that, well, the gunshot doesn't happen until after he grabs Ills. It doesn't matter. Relly's responding to the fact that Rocky's pulled a gun on him for the second time. And by the way, this is a lot scarier than the first time because now they're by themselves and clearly Relly is concerned he's about to get shot. Now, I'm going to get to it, I'm going to address it, but this doesn't even begin to cover the idea that their defense is not just this was a prop gun, which is absurd. It's an absurd defense. Their defense is it's a prop gun, and Relly knew it was a prop gun. And even though Relly knew it was a prop gun, Rocky pulled it on him to scare him, even though by their own admission, he knows it's fake. And you can see Relly running around, and you can see what 12 does, and you can see what Rocky does, and no one is acting like it's a prop gun because it isn't. So let's watch it. Boom, guns out. By the way, at one point in time, one of the witnesses, I think it was 12, said that the defendant fired a warning shot. You don't fire a warning shot with a prop gun, it doesn't fire anything. Also, you can see that on that shot, the defendant has the gun out, facing forward, appearing to target Relly. And by the way, he moves into a better position in between the shots. And the only reasonable conclusion you can reach from that is that he is trying to get a line of fire onto Relly. Relly didn't suffer the minor injury because the defendant didn't try to shoot him. He suffered the minor injury because he used Ills as a shield, and for whatever reason, the defendant didn't hit him. And Lee didn't hit him other than in his hand. But the idea that you need to look at the gunshot and the fact that Relly is already grabbing Ills as a shield, that's just misleading. It just doesn't work. I'm going to play this now in half speed. Well, this is going to be the same. And the idea, by the way, that Ills, that 12 is running away because Relly is trying to attack him is absurd. If you knew nothing, all you saw was this video and somebody told you, hey, listen, that's a fake gun, and everybody knows it's a fake gun, you would go, well, wait a minute. If it's a fake gun, why is everybody running around? Why is Relly grabbing Ills as a shield? Why is 12 running away? By the way, how does this incident end? This incident ends not because the defendant voluntarily says it's over. 12 literally is blocking him and pushing him away. The defendant is fired up. He's angry. We don't know what was going to happen next, but it's not as if the defendant decided on his own, you know what, I'm done. 12 pushes him away. So this is a close-up. And again, this is a little bit harder. This is going to be played at half speed. I got it. It's going to be played at half speed. Again, we already know that we've got. By the way, the only thing that Mr. Tacopina did not accuse Relly of was planting the nail on the seat. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him to say, Relly planted the nail. He was trying to get me. So we know who we have, defendant, 12, and we've got, which is hard to see, we've got Relly and Ills. So what happens? You watch for yourself. You're going to see Relly reach and then move. When Relly reaches and moves, when the defendant reaches and moves, that's when the gun is out. Whoops. Sorry. So here we go. Boom. You see him reach, guns out. 12 moves. Relly is running, trying to get behind Ills. He's not beating Ills. And what is Rocky doing? He's running around, trying to get a shot, and he's going to fire. And when he fires a second time, the gun is outstretched, aiming at Relly. And now look, there's 12 grabbing him and making the defendant go away. That's how this thing ends. Again, and I understand it. You guys don't want to believe that this man who has everything, is going to give it all up for this. I get it. But that's a decision he made. I didn't make it for him. You didn't make it for him. The judge didn't. Mr. Tacopina didn't. He made that decision on November 6th. And what's crazy is that apparently Relly would have been more than willing.
Oh, Linda, of course, we've tried so many cases. you never know. It's like reading tea leaves when you're trying to understand what a jury thinks, what they're.
With that, let's welcome and bring on. There he is, Joe Tacopina from California. Got up early. Hi, Joe.
Hi guys, how are you? Jeez.
And we can't hear you either. So can we?
I can hear you guys. You can't hear
got
me?
your mute on?
No, I don't think so.
I can hear Joe fine. Joe, can you hear me?
I hear you, Michael.
No, you
Yeah.
have your mute on the computer.
No,
we're-
Michael hears me. I hear
On
you,
your
Linda.
computer, you got mute.
No,
Okay.
we're good.
You have to unmute yourself.
No, I'm good. Missy hears me. Michael hears me.
Yeah,
Everyone hears
we're
me,
good.
Linda, but you. And I heard the montage.
There you
also.
go.
Yeah. Oh, did you? Oh, good.
Yeah,
Good.
good.
I
That's
heard
good.
it.
That's good because I didn't hear it. Okay. So, Joe, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a little tired, but I'm okay.
Really?
Okay.
Really? Everything's all,
Hmm.
everyone says everything's all good. That's great that everything's all good because I was not having that sound going. Okay. So, Michael, first of all, before we do anything, before we ask you questions, we know you want something. What's the most important thing you want to tell us about now? Because this is your first interview after being gagged.
I hate gag orders. That's what I want to tell you. I
No.
mean, that's so, like flies in the face of our the First Amendment. It flies in the face of everything. So I just they seem overly restrictive and look, there's nothing I'm going to say to you that I didn't already say to this jury. And that's the bottom line, right? So we're going to have a frank discussion, and it's again, this jury knows how I feel. I think it's been made pretty clear. So I feel very good, though. I mean, really, I feel very good. We all know, Michael, Linda, of course, you've tried so many cases. You never know. It's like reading tea leaves when you're trying to understand what a jury thinks, what they're, how they look, what they emote. But I mean, the case went in as well as we could have hoped for. I'm just uber confident. And look, if this were a computer science, this should be a 5-minute acquittal. Unfortunately, it's not a computer science, and you never know what people have as far as biases, motives, and whatever else. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay, so we have been on this, as you know, right from the beginning, and we reported because we didn't have access to you, but we had other sources that the judge was concerned after the Relly's questioning. That's the main witness against your client. That's what this case is about, really.
Mhm.
After Relly's question about the prosecution continuing with the ethics going on, and I think that may have something to do not only with the questioning, but I want you to discuss with us the shakedown. Did you ever tell the prosecutor's office, the DA's office, that your client this was a shakedown and they continue to go forward? That's my first question. That's A. Number B, did the prosecution in writing ever acknowledge that the judge told them that there may be an ethics issue? I don't know if you have it, if you can tell us what it is. If you don't want to tell us what it is, it's fine, because we're going to ask the DA.
Yeah, well, good luck with that one. Good luck getting an answer from the DA on that one. There is one, there was one part of the gag order still in effect, and it has to do with a particular sidebar conference that we had regarding questions that you're asking me right now. In that regard, I can't really speak to anything the judge said at a sidebar during Relly's testimony. But look, I don't think it takes a rocket science or even a veteran courtroom observer to understand that maybe was the worst witness in the history of American jurisprudence. I mean, he imploded. He was combative on everything, but more importantly, he admitted to perjury. He actually said to me, "Yeah, I lied to you under oath because I just wanted to get out of here. I didn't want to answer any more questions." I mean, that was one of the greatest ever. He gave us 4 answers to one question. Yes, no, I don't know, I don't, maybe. So that was literally, and I said to him, okay, just pick one for the jury, just whichever one you want, just pick one for the jury. It was just, he threw a water bottle, he cursed, to the judge, by the way. It was like, whoa. And I had to keep someone said, I'm reading one of your comments there, I had to keep my cool and remain. That was the hardest thing that's ever happened to me. For me to be able to keep my cool with that parasite on the witness stand, because I wanted to really just verbally assault him. Aside from the physical aspect of it, I wanted to verbally assault him and just slice him up. But that would be playing down to his level. That would be giving sort of feeding into what he wanted, and he was really a volatile human being, and that's what I wanted to portray, right? I mean, here's a guy and think about the setting. You have a judge, a jury, bailiffs, sheriff's deputies, cameras, and he's acting hostile and violent and volatile. What does he do in the dark of night in the street when he's alone? You know, and we were painting him as the aggressor in this case, so he played right into that, boy.
Let's talk about Relly real quick.
We saw before you talk about Relly, we saw we named you. Our chat has named you ASAP Taco. Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, honorary.
Rocky told me that. I was pretty happy about that. So.
Honorary member of ASAP. So Relly, clearly the witness in the case for the prosecution, right, Joe? And you know, as you suggested, to say the least, it didn't go so well. So when you're in that role and you see this is their case and it seems to be, you know, imploding, you get a little confident, maybe overconfident. I mean, how did you feel at that moment when you know this guy was finally done?
No, overconfidence is the last thing that ever happens to me. I'm not even look. That witness was eviscerated. I mean, you know, people commented, and I can't tell you all who commented, but people inside the court room commented about his lack of credibility, and whatnot. I mean, there was no question. I mean, the guy, again, he admitted perjury to the jury. He admitted lying. He said things were fake that weren't fake. It was clear it wasn't fake. He got caught lying about shooting guns in Los Angeles a week or two before the incident. He got caught on that. He said it was fake at first, then it wasn't fake. I mean, you know, again, other than his name, I don't think he told the truth. I mean, his tongue is a stranger to the truth, and I don't even know if his name is the right name. So for all I know, he lied about that too. But the bottom line is, without him, see, the prosecution then realized what was going on, and they try to make the case. Well, we don't need Relly. As a matter of fact, in my list of 10 questions, which was ignored completely, one of the things the prosecutors asked the case detective, the lead detective, Detective Flores, was, well, without Relly's truthful testimony, can you still establish a shooting occurred? And the detective was like, yeah, yes, you can. Period. No, not without any explanation. Well, then I get, thank God, do cross-examination. I said, well, let's unpackage that a little bit. When you say yes, you can without Relly. So take Relly out of the picture. So no shell casings that he, you know, conveniently found 2 hours or an hour and 45 minutes after the incident, after 7 police officers searched for 20 minutes in the exact same location with searchlights and couldn't find any shell casings. He comes back an hour and 40 minutes later and happens to find them within 2 minutes. Boom, he bends down and they're right there in the same location the police were searching. We have video. You know, so without his testimony, can you establish a shooting? Well, Detective Flores made it very clear. There's 3 things in this case without Relly. There's the video by the parking garage. There's the video of the buggy video, the grainy video that you can't really see what's going on the street where the actual incident occurs. And then there's the sound from one of the Nest cams you hear of what appears to be 2 shots. So I said to Detective Flores, the case detective, the first video by the garage where it appears that Rocky's pulling out what appears to be a gun. I said, can you tell if that's an operable gun? He said, no, from the video, you cannot tell. So that could be a replica gun. Yes. Okay. Boom. That one's gone. Second video. Do you even see a gun in this video? Do you see any evidence of a shooting in the video alone? You go, well, in the video alone, no. Okay. Well, that's what we're talking about. The video alone. Nothing, right? No. So that one's gone. Now, what do you have left? The sound, he said. The sound of a shooting. Well, there you go. That's pretty powerful evidence that there was a discharge. And I said, the sound of a shooting, pop, pop, is what brings it all together for you, he said. I said, right? And he said, yes. I said, okay. So what can make that sound of a shooting? He said, a gun. I said, and he said, and the replica gun, the starter pistol. I said, boom, exactly. So with that, that's the 3 pieces of evidence without Relly, none of which could prove beyond a reasonable doubt or even beyond, you know, a preponderance of the evidence that is an operable gun. Case over. So
yeah, that's what they did with the case. Now I'm going to go back to this whole issue of shakedown because I have been big on this. That tape that Relly had with Wally, right, where he said that he needed to get a lawyer to get. He wanted $30 million. It was cash, if I recall. He'd go on an island, go on the beach. They wouldn't be able to find him. but he needed to get the lawyer to get a bag, like a bag man, because of not, it's called extortion. And I've been really big on that I think that's a real ethical problem. And I'm going to ask the prosecutors about whether they had ethics counsel on that. So, but I want to ask you, do you and Rocky, if there is a not guilty, or even if this comes out bad, intend to file ethics charges against the DA, given there's another federal court opinion that reversed a murder conviction because of his outrageous misrepresentation?
Linda, it's a fair question. Ultimately, that would be Rocky's decision. Right now, I want to focus on just getting the right verdict at this point, and not worry about whatever is going to happen afterwards, collateral sort of issues. I've been very obviously disappointed in a lot of things that's happened in that courtroom. By way of this is not a game. It's not a contest to see who wins. When you're a prosecutor, I used to be one of those.
So was I.
Right, I know you were. So I mean, it's you have a different type of power there. You have a different type of responsibility. It's not just a civil case where you just want to win. You have to also balance a lot of things, a lot of factors, doing justice, making sure you're proceeding in a way that's right and proper. So I've had some issues, obviously, but I don't want to really get into that now. I'm not looking to rehash everything that's happened in that courtroom. It was unfortunate. It shouldn't happen, but quite frankly, I've never experienced that in my life. I've tried 120 jury trials. I've never had what's happened in this case happen in any other case in my life with a prosecutor or an opponent, an adversary. When I was a prosecutor, even it's been strange brew, to put it mildly. But on the other hand, when I'm representing someone the way you are, Linda, I take it very personally. I take it very personally. They become family to me. And when you represent someone in a matter of importance like this, and their lives are on the line, and not for death penalty, but their liberty certainly, and their family's well-being, I take it personally. When I feel like someone's not playing fair and not shooting straight, I will do whatever I need to do to protect that person. And if that means being as aggressive and as I need to be, I'll do that. I'm not going to let people take advantage of people that I'm representing in a matter of importance like this.
Yeah. It's if you don't get personally involved, maybe you shouldn't be handling the case. Maybe somebody else.
100%.
Right.
100%.
So let me ask you about the motivation to bring this case, because when it first came out, just the thumbnail, people are going, okay, interesting. Sounds like something bad could have happened. But then they were questioning, well, why wouldn't your client take that 180 days and the deferred sentence and all? Then they started hearing some of the story, and then of course they heard Relly. So the tide turned dramatically. I think our little poll had something like 85% of the people think that he did nothing wrong. So my question is, what's the motivation for the prosecution? Aren't they looking at this case with normal eyes like any human would?
No, they're not, obviously. If you're embracing a witness like Tyrell Efron Relly, and you're embracing him and asking the jury to believe him when he's told the jury, I've lied to you. I could say whatever I want to whoever I want, whenever I want. Yes, I've lied. You've caught me. Okay, so what? Or the evidence that you're presenting is fake, even though it's real, and I just want to say it's fake, and I want to get out of here. Just give me my $30 million. I want to go home. And you embrace someone like that, I don't think they're worried about evaluating the case properly. If they would have been, I would have. Honestly, I think I said, prosecution will probably make an argument. In my summation, I said that something along the lines of, Relly's not on trial. First of all, his credibility is on trial when you have someone who's making an allegation like this. But I said, but perhaps he should be on trial. You have multiple counts of perjury. You have extortion, which is crystal clear. He's asking. Before he went to the police. Don't forget, guys, he held evidence that he claims he found at the scene that the cops missed. 7 cops for 20 minutes missed. In the same spot that he happened to find him. What a miracle at Dunkin' Donuts.
I named him.
Right. He went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night on a Saturday night during COVID. I guess he must have broken into the Dunkin' Donuts because there was no Dunkin' Donuts open. When he got a bag. Yeah, exactly. That's the bag he got, right? Just the story was just so convoluted. And they corroborated nothing of his versions. And that's the crazy part. He said he went back with his girlfriend. Okay. Where's the girlfriend to corroborate? He said he flew to New York after being in the shooting range, shooting 9mm casings flying back in his head. That would have given him access to 9mm shell casings, right? Spent 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. a week or 2 weeks before the incident. Well, but if he flew to New York on a commercial plane, Michael, then I know you said you thought this was just an attack on consistency and credibility. It's more than that. If the DA was going to argue, well, if he shot 9mm shell casings, but he had to fly to New York on a commercial plane and fly back, there's no way he could have taken those shell casings with him because you can't fly commercial with shell casings. I said, oh, really? We're taking his word for it? I mean, that would have been pretty easy to prove. That's an easy fact to prove up, right? Show us the airline ticket. Show us the airline ticket, the flight plan or whatever. Show us something that he took planes out of LA and back to LA. That would have been so easy to do. Nothing. How about this? They got the GPS location data for this one of the 4 guys that were there. This guy, ASAP Ills. One of the 4 guys was there, right? The guy was getting beaten up by Relly. They subpoenaed his and got a search warrant for his GPS location data, which put him at the scene, put him at Rocky's house afterwards. That's great. Okay. Do you think they would have gotten Relly's GPS location data? Because it would have said where he got those bullets from, where he was after the shooting for an hour and 45 minutes, where all this stuff happened, right? Zero. They didn't get his, but they got some irrelevant guys. I mean, it's like all the things they could have done to corroborate him, they did not do. And it makes you wonder why. And you can't take this guy's word for anything. So I don't know. I just don't understand what happened here, why it happened this way. But look, now it's just a matter of trying to win. It's not about trying to do justice, trying to win.
Yeah, I agree with you, and we've been pretty vocal because everyone said that we're biased, but we're called Justice Served because we think justice should be served, and we've obviously loved 12E and Lou Levin as witnesses. We think that you closed any holes, in our opinion, that were there. But I have to ask you the hard question: what happens if it goes bad and Rocky gets convicted of one or both of the charges? What do you do?
That's not going to happen, Linda. But I mean, what do? We continue to fight. I mean, we have some issues lined up for appeal. For example, I do like this jury. We picked a very smart jury. I have a scientist who builds rocket ships on the jury. Literally builds rocket ships on the jury. I didn't even know those people existed. Right? There's a scientist who builds rocket ships on our jury. There's teachers. There's educators. It's a enormously smart jury. I mean, managers of major supermarket chains, like really smart people. Smart people are going to understand what a reasonable doubt means. Okay, here it screams out reasonable. You could pick one of 100. Pick anyone. All you need is one. But God forbid. And again, you never know with a jury, Linda, Michael. You know that. God forbid it goes bad. I mean, there are issues. For example, we're in downtown Los Angeles. And I was watching, the O.J. Simpson Netflix thing that just came out about that trial, right? And it reminded me because Johnny Cocker and I were very close when he came to New York. He sort of mentored.
Yeah. He was at my wedding. Johnny and I tried cases together.
Yeah, he was amazing. He took me under his wing. And tonight I'm having dinner with Bob Shapiro, So it's funny when I see those guys back then. But that jury, think about it, that's a downtown LA jury. They had 8 blacks on that jury. 8. I didn't even say hello to a black person in jury selection here. I'm in the same courthouse, same floor, one courtroom over. I have an African American defendant, and we didn't say hello. I didn't even say hello to a black black potential juror. I'm not one to get so caught up in race. I think people are people, and hopefully you get good people to do the right thing. But it does beg the question. I mean, I know a lot of the civil rights organizations. Reverend Sharpton came out and spoke. I mean, it's a strange thing. In downtown Los Angeles, one of the most diverse cities in this country, we didn't even have a black potential juror.
Right. When I picked the suspected juror, we had a cross section diversity of downtown LA.
We had nothing. Asians, it was unbelievable. So I think that's an issue. As a matter of fact, we took a writ. And basically, they said, let's see what happens with the case.
Tell people what a writ is.
We were trying basically to get the panel sort of quashed before we picked the final jury. We basically were trying to have a new veneer brought in that had a cross section of the community. I mean, it was one that clearly wasn't a cross section of this community, a fair representative cross section. So, but the appellate court said no, not now, but you have this issue saved for appeal in case you need it. Okay, I don't try case for appeals, but that's one thing we have, and then there's been some other things along the way. So some things that happened in summation I thought were pretty funny, but
You know,
I think I won the bet with 17 objections. We counted actually 33. With
It was the
objections
over under, I
17.
think. Yeah.
I said to the jury, I said, because I didn't object once. I did not object once to their first summation. I actually went to the restroom for a second to try and stay awake. And then Chad, my partner, objected when I was gone. I was like, dude, what did you do? I mean, I left you alone for 1 minute. You objected. But anyway, I've never, and I said to the jury when I stood up, I said, okay, I didn't object once to anything in their summation. I hope they give me that same courtesy, knowing that was not going to happen.
No way.
I've never had a prosecutor. I saw one of the, I think Oasis Cat just asked the question. I've never had a prosecutor object 17. It's argument, right? So I've never had a prosecutor object 17 times, but it fed into sort of what I've been trying to, juxtapose with this guy. I mean, he was treating our witnesses, 12, who, honest to gosh, and I said this to the jury, is one of the nicest people I've ever met. This kid was such a beautiful kid. I mean, by the way, if you go on Apple Music, he's like an established performer. He's got his own albums and stuff. He's very good, I think. But he's the nicest kid. He reads books. He was reading To Kill a Mockingbird the other day when he came to court. He had it in his hand. He's such a nice kid. He was treated like he was a serial killer when they were cross-examining him, like he murdered people. Relly was coddled. The guy is horrible. The things he said in text messages about women, about gay people, was disgusting. I couldn't even read them back. This guy, 12, was just a polite man. He came in a suit and a tie out of respect for the court. I didn't tell him to do that. He was looking at everyone, including the jury. I was like, geez, like, what do you go to FBI Academy School or something where he looks at the jury? I mean, he was like, none of that was prepared. He just was natural, looking around at everyone. He was and he wasn't combative. Lewin yelling at him. He was a yes sir, no sir, not that I recall, like nothing. Lewin could have called him any name in the book, and he actually made fun of him. He actually made fun of him because he's an urban kid. He comes from really impoverished upbringing, and he uses terminology like you feel me, like he was like you feel me, you feel me, and I'm like that's just a term of speech for kids who grew up like that, right? So at one point,
even Relly used that term in the Wally tape.
Exactly.
We all know what that means.
When 12 used it, the prosecutor, Mr. Lewin, decided to say, "No, I don't feel you." And I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I was like, ugh.
It just looked insensitive. It sounded insensitive. And by the way, folks are just joining us. This is the first and exclusive interview with Joe Tacopina as we get ready for the jury deliberations to begin in earnest tomorrow. Let me ask you about this jury. You're there. They're out there. You're performing for them. They're the most important audience. You can tell when there's a connection, right? I mean, you can tell when they're being turned off. I'm not sure Lewin can tell when they're being turned off, but generally, you can tell when you're connecting with the jury. What was your feeling?
I felt good. I mean, I felt good. Look, I never look at a jury during the trial. I just don't. I used to, and then I'd see some guy go, and I'd be like, ooh, I got to change that. He doesn't like that. So I'd change. I would like literally react to faces from jurors, and I'd be like, okay, idiot. He could be thinking about the Mets last night because they lost, right? And like whatever. And I would literally start doing things because I'd see jurors' reactions or something. So I stopped because it would drive me crazy. I have to stay in my lane and focus on my task at hand. I know what I need to do. I don't look at jurors during the trial, but when I'm summing up, I look at every juror. I literally make eye contact with every juror. With like it's a rotation. Like when I'm speaking, it's include the alternates. Boy, unless they're pulling the wool over my eyes, by the middle of the summation, closer towards the end, they were leaning forward, and a few even nodded, and then it's so. But again, I think look, our arguments were based on common sense and fact. If you looked at our summation, I put up 2 slides. I mean, I put up a lot of testimony. I said, as a matter of fact, I started the argument by saying, we'll do something different here. I'm going to cede the floor I'm not going to argue to you. I can argue, but I'm not going to argue. I'm going to cede the floor to the testimony. I'm going to put up transcript. I'm going to show you so you don't take my word for it. And I did. I did a lot of that. And then I only put up 2 slides. One slide was the slides that we don't have corroboration, that we could have had corroboration for Relly's word on. Things like, return to the scene, the shell casings, the air flight, the GPS location data, all the stuff that they could have easily gotten, would have corroborated or put the lie to his story. Now the jury has to be left guessing right? And they have to. That's Rocky's burden. No, they should have done that. That's one. Two, the 10 questions at the end, right? That's the only 2 slides I put up, and those 10 questions were basically a challenge to the prosecutor. I said, listen, if they believe that their case is as strong as they say it is, if they believe they met their burden like they say they have, then these 10 questions will be easy for them to answer. They should answer them clearly, simply, and articulately. On the other hand, if they can't answer these questions because there are no answers, it's because their case is very transparent and will fall, and because they don't have answers. I said, here's the 10 questions. I went through them with the juries. The last thing I did, literally. And then I said, and here, ladies and gentlemen, I had 2 pieces of paper. I'm going to leave this on the podium for Mr. Lewin right here. Hopefully he'll answer them. I mean, he didn't even look at them. I mean, it was amazing. I thought at least he would say something like, you know, that's their points, that's their arguments, that's not ours. Here, we're going to stay focused on the facts. Something, at least dismiss them. He didn't even address them. And I was like, wow, it's the first thing I said. They will, if they're not confident, if this case is not strong enough, if they have no answers, they will ignore these. And he ignored them. So I was a little surprised by that, and I was happy. But that's the only 2 things I put up. On the other hand, they put up a picture of a donut shop, which he's done in every trial. It's apparently it was the same thing in the Durst trial. He put up a picture of forests, right? The forests, forests from trees. Like, so we had a big picture of a forest up there for like 20 minutes. Then we had a picture of a dog with a mugshot with a jail number on him, a dog with a jail number, and then a picture of a lemon, I think, taking a piss or something. It looked like the lemon was taking a piss, maybe making lemonade or something. I don't know. It was some sort of thing that had a typo in it, by the way, but whatever. That also was used in their trial. So when you look, and someone actually put an ingenious post out there. I forget somebody, and I don't read social media when I'm on trial. I don't read the media, period, when I'm on trial. Again, for the same reason I don't look at juries. I don't need to change what I'm doing. But, you know, my son and your guest, Chris, was like, Dad, you just have to look at this one. I'm like, Chris, I don't read stuff. No, Dad, this is funny. And it was some guy who said, the prosecution summation, they put up the donut, the forest, the dog with the booking number chain around his neck, and the lemonade. And then they said defense summation, 10 questions, things that lack corroboration. Boom. And said that's the difference in the 2 summation. I was like, I wish I had a minute rebuttal on his rebuttal, and I would just put that slide up. So, but who knows, guys.
By the way, your son Chris was great on the air, and everyone wants all 5 Tacopinos, including your wife Tish, who we understand holds everything together. So giving her a shout out and giving your kids a shout out. I know Michael has 2 more questions, and then we have a very special video question.
Yeah, we do. We don't want to take too much of your time.
Do you have time to stay for that? Yeah. Okay, Michael.
So this is something a lot of folks have been asking about, because I was going to say in your argument, but there have been a lot of them between you and Lewin in the court. This particular one was the one in which there was a question about let's just say ethics and the use of terminology and perjury. And at one point, Lewin says, if you don't stop, I'm going to tell everything. I'm going to talk about everything. What's he talking about?
I have no idea, because he does it every day. Every day he complains about everything. So he said, well, you didn't do this, or we didn't do that, or we gave him the late notice. Look, I don't want to get into it here, and I'm not looking to bash him here. It's, what happened in the courtroom in the heat of battle happened. But it's every day we have a new complaint. But I find them to be very hypocritical, honestly, for reasons I stated on the record. There's things that were done in this case that honestly shocked me, that shouldn't have been done. But again, it's just, I don't know what to say other than I've not experienced this before in 120 trials.
Right, and some big cases, which put one in. Joe is no stranger to cases that have media, that have press, that have pressure. But the thing about Joe is that, and I'm going to say this, he's not going to be pushed off his game when he's representing a client. And I also will say, as I said to your son, Chris, you're one of the nicest people I know. You are such a gentleman. Everyone says you're a bulldog in the courtroom, but you better be more than a bulldog. When you're representing somebody, you better be you, Joe. And we thank you for that.
That meant a lot to me that you said that, because look, at the end of the day, like when I'm in the well of a courtroom, I'm a different human being than the one outside. I don't wake up trying to cross-examine people. I'm not combative. I try to do right every day. I try to be a good person. I'm not perfect, obviously, but I do try and treat people with respect. I grew up not well off. I didn't miss a meal or anything. I wasn't homeless, but I grew up initially in Brownsville, Brooklyn, then moved to Flatbush, Sheepshead Bay. So it's not like I was, privileged. Let's put it that way. My parents are amazing. They were, hardworking immigrant families and stuff like that. But
like mine. Right.
yeah, but it's so you learn. And there was, look, I got to tell you, I've sort of come back full circle to being appreciative of my beginnings and becoming more humble. It's a point where I had nothing, and then I had a lot of something, and I was like, "Ooh, I have something," and I'm important and stuff like that. And that's all nonsense, because that's not the important things in life. What's important things in the life of the family and being a good person and trying to, do the right thing and not be someone who hurts people. And again, I have to work on that. I'm better at being a better person, but I try. And so anyway, but what I do in the court is completely different. I am mission oriented in there, and I'm a heat seeking missile, and I will rip your head off if I think you're getting in the way of justice for my client. I really will. I'm just a bit of an animal when it comes to that.
Joe, a lot of people are just experiencing the Tacopina effect for the first time. I'm going to set the Wayback Machine here and go to 2007. I'm the correspondent for Court TV. Melanie McGuire case. That's when I first, ran into this this daredevil, this force. And I can just say, and I'm not sucking up here. Linda, do I suck up?
No, Michael doesn't suck up. Although he does have a tagline.
In 17 years, you've gotten better, more charismatic in the courtroom. Riz, I think some of the kids call it.
Riz,
and just fine-tuned. Yeah, you fine-tuned your craft. And it's just fun to watch, and that and it ain't just us in our little world here. It's worldwide. Am I right, Linda?
Yeah, it's worldwide. As a matter of fact, we have you have brought Rocky's case and your skills to many people all over the world, including down under the Aussies.
Right.
And we have one of the podcasts that we're going to highlight today from Lisa Shorty. It's Miss Shorty, and she has a comment and a question for you.
Sure.
Hi, Joe, or should I say, Mr. Tacopina.
Joe's
Hi,
good.
Linda. Hi, Michael. Hi, Justice Serve TV folk. Wow, what an honor. I just wanted to say, firstly, what an absolute pleasure it was to watch you in action, Mr. Flexback. I mean, Mr. Tacopina. I've heard you've heard about the thirst in Camp Shorty for you. Whew! To me, it felt like you were quite reverent and restrained in the courtroom. It was pretty apparent in your closing arguments that you have a lot of stage presence and charisma. You were much more animated, and it was amazing to watch. 10-10. But was this difficult for you to show such restraint in the courtroom?
Boy,
was it difficult for you to show such restraint in the courtroom?
Linda, it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I mean, in so many ways with this Relly guy. Look, I said this to the jury. I mean, that was perhaps they had a front row seat to the worst witness in American jurisprudence history. That guy imploded like I've never seen someone implode. I mean, there was no meat left on the bone. I mean, you reported some things about this witness and his credibility. So let's put it this way. He was so bad. I mean, he's a guy who admitted perjury to the jury. He said, yes, I perjured myself because I want to get out of here. I was like, wow, okay. He was basically saying I could say whatever I want to say whenever I want to. He was calling evidence fake. I mean, he was like, it was a defense attorney. It was a glorious train wreck. It really was, because as a defense attorney, it was a dream come true. But on the other hand, to have a guy like that, be condescending, disrespectful, call me bro, saying Tacopina to me, to the point where the judge said, I actually said to the judge at one point, I said, either you're going to have to handle him or I will, okay? Because I will not let him call me Tacopina one more time. So whatever you want to do, judge, you don't have to say a word. I can deal with it. Or you can, whatever way you think is best. And the next time he said it, the judge jumped in and said, you do not call him Tacopina, you call him Mr. Tacopina, the way he calls you Mr. Efron. It was so hard for me. People who know me well, including my partner Chad, were saying, how the heck did you keep your cool. And it was the hardest thing I've had to do in the trial, maybe in a long time, because I wanted to slice him up verbally, and just destroy him, mock him, whatever. But it would have sort of reduced the juxtaposition of really that type of character. I wanted him to stand out, that sort of volatility to stand out. I mean, look what he was doing in a courtroom with a judge, bailiffs, sheriff's deputies, cameras, a jury, and he was throwing water bottles, cursing, challenging me, almost flexing his muscles, like acting like a complete thug in a courtroom. So I told the jury, imagine what he's like in the dark of night when he doesn't think anyone's watching, when there's no people with guns in the back. I mean, imagine what he's like then. Because we were painting him as the aggressor, which he was in this scene. He was deleting messages. I mean, it was hysterical. He deleted, they tried to make Rocky out as the aggressor because they showed text messages between Rocky and him right before the incident. What they didn't know was that this guy had deleted the previous messages where he's basically challenging Rocky to a fight. And we had those messages, and he deleted them. And at first he said, fake, fake, fake. Then we said, they come from your phone. He's like, oh, so what? It's like, it was unbelievable. So yes, that was so hard for me to do. I have less success trying to keep my cool out of the presence of the jury with the prosecutor. That was a different experience again for me, but I'm hoping to get some therapy and work on that.
I think it's channeled properly. I think you're all right. You get it channeled properly. Oh, I know Miss Shorty wanted to at least say goodbye and wish you luck here.
Love. Thanks, everybody. Mwah. Good luck, Mr. Tacopina. We think you are amazing. Cheers.
Wow, that was nice.
Yeah,
that was not live. That was taped, I assume.
That was a tape because
I was trying to answer her, and I realized
15 hours ahead. Just 15 hours ahead.
Yeah, what is it, 4 a.m. there or something? Yeah.
Okay.
But they've been following you constantly. So obviously, we're going to let you go. But can we play the montage of you in court one more time before we let you go and get your final comment?
Oh, sure. Now you put me under the pressure here.
Putting Michael didn't know I was going to ask for.
It's a deal here. She's audibleizing.
I'm so demanding because I want justice to be done in this case, and I want people to.
Okay, if you're ready, I think this is it.
Okay.
Hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. Bolshevik and Lulevin established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controversial. They're not contested. That Rocky was known carrier of property by his friends. Didn't controvert that at all. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow, berating him as I'm following him, almost begging him to shoot me.
That's the improper argument. Misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not. I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's fine. I think I can say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. You could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes. She's probably busy doing what she does. Which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43.
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before, I'll listen to what you say, speak in a normal tone of voice.
It's improper. It's improper argument. And the problem is
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion. You can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said.
Okay, I got to ask, what's that you're taking the coat off? First of all, do you enjoy watching that, or does it make you squirm a little bit because it's you?
I mean, it makes me squirm a little bit, only because it's me. But yeah.
So you're taking the coat off.
Some of the stuff was funny that I remembered.
There was so much stuff. I mean, believe me, it was so much stuff. What's going through your mind? You're taking the coat off.
I was ready to knock him out. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I'll represent you. It's okay.
I know the timing of that looks so sinister. Like, that's it.
Let's go.
It was just really hot. It was getting hot. I get it. my body temperature, I wake up at 120 degrees. So it was just getting hot there. There's a lot of talking going on, a lot of hot air. And I was just getting hot. So I just took I always take my jacket off at lunch. And that was the lunch break. So I decided to take it off. And of course, it looked like I was taking off to roll up my sleeves and go. But I wouldn't have done that. Not in the court.
No, you would have done that. Besides, the judge was yelling at me.
Yeah, he was getting beat up by the judge.
Yell at a prosecutor like that, but
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
whatever.
we're going to stay on the prosecutor. We're going to actually ask them questions as we've been asking them about the 10 questions. Why haven't they asked them? We've asked them whether or not they've had ethics counsel to review this case with Relly after the comment about the bag, after the comment about the tape was AI. As far as we were concerned, that was the case. Once their main witness says you're lying about that. And we're going to stay on them because we also now have a hint. If there's still a gag order for what you say, we're talking about at the bench. I think our reporting about the judge being concerned about ethics may have been absolutely right. I know you can't confirm or deny, but we stand by it. So, and we're going to stay on the prosecutor to come on here and answer these questions.
Anytime. Come on in.
Anytime. All right. Any final words, Joe? Then we'll let you go. I know you've stayed a lot more than you wanted to, and this is your day off. And
you guys are great. I mean, I listened even before this. I watch you guys and listen to you guys. You're terrific. I mean, you obviously bring a different perspective for us who do this every day. You guys actually know how to analyze, and it's amazing to watch. So I love you guys. Linda, you're obviously one of my oldest friends in the business, and Michael, I've known you for forever. So you guys are really terrific. So it's been an honor for me to be with you guys. And thanks for having Chris on. You made him so happy. But I got to tell you, Chris, like he works for the Florida Panthers, right? He's a manager, data analytics manager there for the Panthers, whatever he does. He has a Stanley Cup ring now. And he starts during this trial, like he's obsessed with this thing. He's texting us. He texts us the Dunkin' Donuts thing. They're not open. Dad, I searched every Dunkin' Donuts. I'm like, what? And so I sent it to the trial team. And they're like, oh my God. And then he sent the thing about the shooting range. He's like, because this guy said he was in the shooting range, maybe in New Jersey, whatever. And we're looking, and Chris goes online to all the Los Angeles shooting ranges. And he takes videos he looks at the website, and he said, Dad, the Los Angeles Gun Club looks exactly like this thing.
Whoa.
And that Relly was that in the video. I'm like, oh my God, it is the same. I took my car, I ran down to Los Angeles Gun Club. I'm like, is this you guys? They're like, yep. I'm like, holy cow. So that was obviously a watershed moment for us because we caught him in perjury. We caught him having access to 9mm shell casing in Los Angeles right before the incident. So many. That was, as I call it, that was a perjury miniseries right there. Because
I love that.
Shot guns. I never shot guns at a shooting gallery. I didn't have my license for then. Never shot a 9mm. Wasn't in Los Angeles. But it was like boom, 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 boom. So, and that was Chris. So
yeah, Chris.
I think Chris is going to come with us to Harvard next year to teach the trial. I'm going to see workshop because you get in your car. He's in Florida working for the Panthers. He looks online. You go in your car, and what are the 1,000 million investigators, police and prosecutors and DA?
Crazy. He was finding stuff, and so Rocky every day now would come toward. Did Chris say anything? Did Chris give you anything? I was like, I'll ask him. Hold on, Rocky. So
yeah.
He's such a great kid. You heard him. He's just
he's fabulous. And he said he's gonna come on again. And what do we call him? What do they name him? ASAP. What do they name Chris, Michael?
No, I called him ASAP Taquito.
ASAP Taquito. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, ASAP Taquito. Like and everyone wants to see all the other ASAP Taquitos and the ASAP wife. Joseph, we know we have to let you go. We're going to stay on, though, with our viewers. Please stay on. We have a lot of questions to answer. There's like 500 of our subscribers, 600 in chat. And then we're also going to talk about the prosecutor. We're going to do exactly what I said you're going to do. We're going to ask them certain questions and see if they'll come on and answer. Joe, thank you. We love you. And we'll
try and get some rest.
And try to get you guys. And good luck. Good luck tomorrow in court tomorrow. We'll be watching.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Take care. Well, that was fun.
Yeah, you left me. Your power went out at the beginning.
I could not believe it.
Power went out.
It was 30 seconds before we were going live, and I'm on generator right now.
Yeah.
But
it wasn't that. Your power went out. My sound went out at the beginning of the interview, and Joe had to get a computer that had Chrome on it. So I'm like,
oh my God.
Okay, this is going
But other than that, smooth as silk.
So he was great interview. Thanks, Ms. Shorty. But I do have, as I said, and we've been saying this. We invite LADA Hochman or LADA Lewin to come on Justice Serve TV to answer the 10 defense questions, and I think we have those questions, right? You really
I
can't
believe we
see them.
do.
Yeah, but let's see. Do we have them?
I think we do have them. I think Missy's gonna put them up there for us.
Yeah, Missy's
as
gonna
I
put them up.
recall. No.
They're-
Yes. No.
They're called an asset. The 10 defense questions. We have those while we're looking for them. While we're looking for them, anyhow. Then we want to know, and we've been saying this: what ethics counsel reviewed, ethics office in the unit, ethics lawyer, ethics consult that you had regarding continuing the case when it was clear to us that it had become a shakedown here. And the judge even said, you know, it's extortion if you're asking for money. It doesn't have to be the legal definition of extortion. They could argue it's extortion. So we want to know what ethics reviews they've had before. We want to know whether or not once they were told by the defense that this was a shakedown, because we reported it. We had another bombshell report the night before that the defense was going to argue that this was a shakedown for $30 million. So if we could report it from two different sources, obviously the prosecutor had to know and hopefully had some kind of ethics review.
Well, very interesting that the part that remains of the gag is directly related to that, apparently, right?
Yeah, apparently that's what we're learning.
So that's
he can't
very,
talk about
very interesting.
So we want to see, do you have a writing in that office from any DA, including Mr. Lewin, that mentions the word ethics, about the judge concerned about whether or not there was ethics continuing on with the case during the Relly cross-examination? Do you have it? If you have it, release it. Are you going to open your files to the public for transparency, including how this case was assigned to Mr. Lewin? By the way, those are those 10 questions.
These are the 10 questions.
Mr. Lewin in January, just before this case started. But these are the 10 questions.
And remember, here's the best part of it. He leaves it, Joe leaves it on the podium for Lewin to see when he comes up for his rebuttal, right? And he just ignores it. I have to admit, if that happened to me, I probably would have done this, and then it would have begun my
right, like we do when
I would have addressed it in some way, right?
With defense counsel always get up after the prosecutor talks about an indictment and they hold an indictment. Defense counsel always gets up in an opening and does this, right, and throws it away. But he didn't do that. But he didn't answer them either, because those are the questions that we're all waiting to be answered. There you go. Look at this. Look at these.
See if I can.
Pretty good. You're better at reading than I am.
Well, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he photographed the shell casings at the scene? Actually, that he was even there, and that's number 2. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is that shell casings even came from the scene? Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he even went back to the scene? Other than Relly's words, you see a theme developing here. What evidence is there that he ever left Los Angeles after going to a shooting range 2 weeks before the incident? Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the scrapes on his knuckles were gunshot wounds? Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that a conversation ever happened on November 5, 2021 between ASAP Barry and Rocky? Number 7, in light of the Louis 11 and 12's unimpeached testimony, other than Relly's words, what evidence is it that Rocky did not carry a prop gun? Number 8, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he was shot by an operable semi-automatic firearm? And number 9, how is it that you do not need Relly's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred when Detective Flores told you, number 1, the parking garage video does not show an operable gun. Number 2, the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar does not show if there is any gun. And C, the sound heard on the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard may have come from a replica firearm. And then finally, number 10, given that Relly told you he will lie whenever he wants, you saw him commit perjury multiple times, and he told you he will commit perjury when he does not want to answer a question. How can you trust Relly with a matter of importance in your life, the life of a loved one, or the life you sit in judgment of? So,
wow.
That was those are all questions the jury should be asking themselves, and based on the prosecution's case, I don't think there are any really good answers to those.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear any good answers. And any of you, you're chat among yourself. If you heard any good answers, put them in the chat. We'll try to get to them. Now, I know we've had a lot of people who have gifted memberships and have super chatters. We're trying to put them up. We're sorry, we didn't want to interfere with Joe because when
Yeah,
you're
let's
on
be
the-
honest, Linda. Let's be honest. We were going to hog him. Okay, we weren't.
we were trying to hog him, but
we didn't share him
but
as we
but
might
we
have.
do
We
have,
apologize.
yes,
Sorry.
we do have the burden shifting was off the charts. Ashley, you and I both agree about that. The judge didn't sustain that objection. We have Ms. Short, who's been gifting memberships all morning, and we thank her for that.
Yes, and
with
we're
it.
so glad she made the appearance she did. You know, very, very cute, very fun, and a great question. So that was very nice that she took the time to do that. And go to bed or get up. I'm not sure because I think it's 5 a.m. there, something like that.
Yeah, so we're trying to post the super chatters questions right now. And of course, our producer, Missy Mayhem, has been working. Yeah, we had ASAP Taco Kale. We showed him that. And he says he learned about that. He said, I think he heard him say Rocky liked it also.
Mhm.
That
That's what he said.
one of our chatters has named him ASAP Taco, that you've named him ASAP Taco. And that was right at the beginning. And I think we had that original tweet in one of our shows. I shouldn't say
Yeah, I
tweet,
always
it's a post.
it was a short name, starts with an M.
Yeah,
I
I have it somewhere on my computer, but we're going so fast here. So there's a lot of questions here. Like Brooklyn, why didn't you show us a picture of the 30 million money to the jury? I think that's for John Lewin. That's right? It's for John Lewin. Why would they show? I mean, the 30 million. I can't even imagine 30 million. Right?
The only reason I can, to some degree, is I just finished watching The Beast, which is a show on Apple Plus where they gave away 10 million and it was stacked in piles of money.
Oh,
so I got a visual of what 3 times that would look like. So yeah.
So you got to. Well, I should get a visual. I mean, when I play poker, the person who usually wins the World Series of Poker may win, 7, 8, or 9 million. But what they do when they stack that up, is they put real money on the outside, and then they put fake money on the inside.
Yeah.
So I think the insurance carriers don't like that.
Here's a question I wish I had asked, and I thought about it. And it was in my notes, and we just ran out of time. Was how's Rocky doing?
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll get to talk to Joe again. With that, because
with happier news
with happier news behind them, because tomorrow. Remember what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow the jury's going to go back and deliberate, right?
Yeah. Oh, they'll begin in earnest because they really
in earnest.
All they did was drop their stuff in the room, and I don't think they did a thing else. No 4-person selected, nothing. Just drop and run.
Right.
So so they'll get at it. So let's play that game. How long are they going to deliberate? Okay, so give them an hour to just get sorted.
Right.
Take a breath, because now they can finally talk about it. You know how that moment is when a jury can finally talk about a case. It's a moment.
Right. Because they've been sitting there. They want to talk about it, even if they know what they want to do. They want to talk about it. Right. Now,
so then they're going to pick the 4-person.
They don't know that they have to wait an hour and a half after they have a verdict. So that's just going to be the issue tomorrow, right? So
I think that's going to create a mess. They aren't going to like it either. Whether they learn it first thing in the morning, or if they learn it first thing in the morning, it could affect their deliberations. I'll be honest with you, because they could say, look, it's 9 a.m., 9:30, because of the woman who has childcare issues. They're starting at 9:30.
Right.
They do an hour or so, and they're going, look, if we have to wait another hour and a half before we can present this verdict, and then all the cleanup and stuff after the fact, we gotta figure this out sooner.
How are they going to know that, though? They're not supposed
No,
to
I'm just
know
saying,
that, right?
I don't know if they're going to learn that 90-minute wait period, but if they do, it could affect the deliberations. That's what
I would say that they're going to want to look at the tapes. They're going to want to see the evidence, because they've been sitting there. They're going to look at it for themselves. I think it's an after lunch verdict, but then they got to wait an hour and a half. So
Moon Goddess says 2.5.
Yeah, but we're getting close to 7 p.m. our time by the time they announce it. If they announce it near 4, because again, if they come to a verdict after lunch, and we don't know if the judge is going to allow them to deliberate during lunch, right? Nope. We have no idea about that, or whether they have to take an hour and a half or an hour and 15 minutes, however he's going to give them along for the lunch break. And we're not even sure if they're going to go out for lunch, or whether or not the lunch is going to be brought in. So we don't know all those things that could affect how they do.
Yeah, my gut is that they'll figure it out pretty quickly. They'll have a lunch to think about it, confirm that everybody is on the same page, and then present, knock on the door for the bailiff.
Yeah. And then actually they bring it. I think they do a buzzer.
They have a bell there.
You see the yellow or whatever. They have a question or whatever. It's yellow and red or whatever it comes. I forget what it is, quite frankly. But I think they
send up a puff of smoke.
it's a color, it's a different color buzzer for a question as opposed to a verdict. And then then we'll go from there.
Good question, Lisa. Here's how this unfolded. The court was nice enough to say, here's my plan. And they said, we'll do it in an hour. Guess who wanted an extra 30 minutes? Lewin, the guy who's closest. I mean, his office is there.
Right.
So,
Right.
But that's how it came to be 90 minutes instead of an hour, which an hour I thought was more than enough. But
more than, quite frankly, I mean, we've had cases that you bring the person right in. I mean, half an hour. I mean,
they'd
because
be wandering around in the hallway.
Your victim is not coming, right? Your victim is not coming back to listen. It's not like you have a family member that's murdered and they have to get there from their house and they have to be there. I mean, I think it should have been half an hour to get them, the media, the cameras set up and all that type of stuff. But an hour and a half, that jury is not going to be happy when they find that out. If they find it, because they may find it out after they give the verdict.
After they knock on the door or hit the light. Yeah, they go, sit tight for 90 minutes.
That's right. He's right. But we're going to be watching it. We're going to be on it. We're going to be there. If something happens, if there's a question, we'll try to be on. But in the meantime, when we get off today, we're going to rerun and re-rack Joe's interview in this show for all of you to see. It's going to keep going. Missy Mayhem is on it. And thank you for all her hard work of getting Joe and getting the Chrome, making sure he had Chrome and all that type of stuff. Yes, Miss Shorty. Shorty's back. Thank you very much, Miss Shorty. And we hope to have other people on this tomorrow as we talk about this going forward. But let's listen to Joe Tacopina. And Michael, he had your line.
I know. You think that was an accident that I put that in there to kick things off? I mean, it was one of the first things you said to the jury. Not only don't get confused and with what you've heard, but hey, do the right thing. So
your hot tagline is try to do the right thing.
I can't disagree with that.
No, you can't. And with that, I'm going to say that's Michael Bryant there and giving you that advice. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden. Together we are Justice Served TV. Please.
And by the way, why is that? Do you think that if you are in the hip-hop rap community, that going to the police and filing a case against A$AP Rocky is going to help your career? It's done. When Rocky was saying, and you heard it before, hey, I'd be on the beach, he would have been on the beach. So not only did the defendant commit this violent crime, but in the end, his attitude was, no, I'm not giving you anything. Now, that's arrogant, but it's what happened. And I want to make sure that no matter how successful he is, how famous his wife is, how cute his kids are, how much they giggle here during closing arguments, that you guys are not going to say, you know what? We're going to give him a little extra. He needs to be treated like you would treat any other person. Because in the end, that's all that he is entitled to. He doesn't get to be the big celebrity in a jury trial. He's a defendant like anyone else. Okay, so what happens after the shooting? Immediately, Relly understands what's going on. So this was very interesting. We had the officers called, and the whole idea is we know that this incident never happened, meaning it was only a fake gun because they didn't find the casings. But what became very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is the defense did not realize until we called our witness, started questioning Lou Levin. They did not realize, it turns out that the prop gun, which was apparently a 9mm prop gun using 9mm ammunition, prop ammunition, is going to have the same brass, maybe lighter, but it's going to eject the casing the same way a real 9mm does, because as Lou Levin told you, and I think it's 12 he told you, who knows less about guns, the point of those prop guns is they're supposed to look realistic. And if they don't eject the casing, they're not realistic. And any of you who've ever seen a firearm, any semi-automatic firearm, understands that in order for a second shot to be fired, unless you're going to manually take a round out and put it in, which you don't do in a semi-automatic, it's got a chamber and cycle around. That's what it does. They didn't realize that. So what happened is they spent a bunch of time talking about the incredible investigation that the LAP officer did on scene. I asked you during voir dire, are you going to be able, in this case, are you going to be able, if you don't have every question answered, to come to a verdict if the evidence demonstrates to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the case has been proven? Each one of you said, no, you know what, I don't need every question answered. Let me tell you a question we can't answer. I cannot tell you why LAPD did not find the casings that night. Don't know. They certainly looked. But here's what we know. They didn't find any casings, meaning if the defendant's position is correct, if the defense position is the prop gun is correct, there should have been casings there for the prop gun. They weren't. And what we know is Relly went back and he found them. And I'm going to go through and explain to you why that's credible evidence. So what happens? He goes back, he texts and he says, hey, you tried to kill me. Okay? What are you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot you? What the defendant says. By the way, the defendant's position now, their defense is that he shot him and it was just a prop gun. So the question isn't that the defendant is lying here. He clearly is lying. He's just saying, oh, no, it's a prop gun. So Relly says, you tried to set me up and take me from my daughter. He is saying, you tried to kill me. That night, in that text, Relly doesn't know we're going to trial. And what's the defendant's response? Not, hey, that was a prop gun. It's stop making shit up. So, this is what they say is the big evidence in this case. Yes, Relly decided that rather than cooperating with the police, he was going to try to get a bunch of money. Is that the honorable thing to do? Is that the good civic-minded thing to do? Of course not. Because the defendant firing his gun in the middle of Hollywood jeopardized everybody. It's not just a crime against Relly, it's a crime against us all. But Relly didn't care about that. And by the way, eventually, when there's a civil trial, I'm sure that the civil lawyers will be arguing that Relly doesn't deserve anything. And luckily, that's not my job. We don't represent Relly. We represent the people of the state of California, and we're here because the defendant committed a violent crime. We're not here asking for money for him. And I'm not gonna sit up here and tell you what he deserves. I have no idea. So what's important here is he's explaining in this text that he wants to get the money, but he's explaining why. He shot at me. Relly never, ever, ever has been inconsistent in the fact that the defendant shot him, that he got hit. Never. Sure, was he not upfront about owning property in Miami? Some of the questions, how did you make money in 2021? Is this a picture of your girlfriend? Imagine if you are sitting here on a case that is being live streamed. You got the camera here. You've already been threatened. Your family's been threatened. Your daughter's been threatened. Your girlfriend's been threatened. And now someone is going to ask you, defense attorney, what's your girlfriend's name? Let me show you a picture of her for the world to see. What do you expect Relly to do? Okay, now we're going to get to the most important statement that Relly gives in this case. And let me tell you why it's so important. And again, some of you might be asking yourselves, why did the defense bring in this evidence? And let's be clear. When the defense says, well, we only brought Wally out here to testify to one thing. That's true. They easily could have played the call. There's no magic form where we got to play and they don't. They're arguing that Relly is inconsistent.
The objection to not play that whole call.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was the ground?
The entire call.
We played.
By the defense.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. The defense could have played the entire call. They didn't.
That was the objection.
But objection sustained, go on to something.
So we decided that we were going to play the entire call. And you can listen to this call. And let me tell you what's so important about the call. Relly does not have any idea that he is being recorded. He's not talking to cops. He's not talking to a prosecutor. He's talking to someone who he thinks is his friend. Now, that person isn't actually his friend. That person is an agent of Rocky. How do we know he's an agent of Rocky? Well, we know it for a couple of reasons. One, and again, this is how just lack of credibility filled Wally's testimony. Wally says that basically he just happened to record him. When I'm asking, wait, why are you recording him? Well, he had like 10 missed calls from me. Well, wait a minute. So your friend, you have 10 missed calls, you decide I'm going to record this call. He recorded him because he was trying to get information to help Rocky. And you know that because what does he admit that he did right afterwards? He calls Rocky and tells him what he said. But here's what's incredible. When you listen, I'm going to play it. Wally's testimony was he knew nothing about this incident before this phone call. Yet, you're going to hear him say, I'm not here to pick sides. So that's a straight lie. Of course he knew about it. He's Rocky's good friend. It's already been in the media. It's been blown up in hip-hop websites. Of course he knows about it. And when you listen, what is so crucial about this statement is this is Relly live, not in a courtroom, not to a police officer, but to a friend where he's got no motive to make up anything, where he's explaining what happened. And he is literally incredulous. When you listen to this, what's going on is Wally is trying to get him to try to settle this thing for money. That's what's going on when you listen. And Relly's like, hey, I tried to settle it for money. He didn't want to do it. But in terms of the facts of what happened, he is crystal clear and consistent about everything that mattered. So listen.
Yo, bro. Yo. Shit, bro, my bad. I'm with my girl and shit in bed, so you what happened, bro? You know, I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen. You feel me?
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12 years. It was mixed, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have. He forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him. It was, why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is. But you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Got bills and 12 with him. Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh Long and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him taking ASAP out my name. This was 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes in and says,
going to a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year bills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Whoop-de-whoop. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I was supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I've been over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping. I answered. He's like, where you at? With a slip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? And you know, Hollywood Boulevard, they all look the same. You're like, no, you're not. Nigga, that's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, all right. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. He calls me. Those calls me. Yeah, I got all these text messages. Bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why the boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, think on how the boys meet.
My boy and I, bro, he's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up? Or do I cripple him? Because he's a multi-millionaire, bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking him on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
So what you looking for? You think
you're a black nigga? I'm teaching niggas everything how to get money, how to do this. Do Rocky do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greed. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, how do you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, dogs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on some like this, that, and the third, or some pokey shit. Like, I would have had to got a lawyer the same day because he reared at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a shield or I'd be dead.
I feel niggas ain't trying to like, you feel me? You not trying to end splash this shit, get some paper or something or what, you know? Like,
bro, it's too late. He told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John the same day. Bro, that's all I had. He had nothing but time, bro. When I got the best lawyer in LA and worry about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the picture of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. Bro. So what I'm supposed to do? I accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times, but I almost died, or sue this man. Now, coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's what that's what he got to read. You feel me?
There ain't no way niggas just why like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's a grown, he's 33 years old. He got other things talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
Legal shit involving out of boys, you know, so
that's on him. I didn't even want to go about that way. I would have got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the field because those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next, bro?
And Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Because everybody look bad, bro. You know, I'm just trying to
He was bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call him. I didn't have a gun. He left his in Hollywood house. Right? Everybody saying everybody looks bad. Why don't everybody put the finger? Because when if I take, bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people.
Because niggas grew up together, bro. Niggas grew up
That's
together,
why niggas
bro.
left niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I beat my way around him every single time. That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12-year ills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole game. You know what I'm saying? And nigga asked if Barbie, is he coming to the complex car? Nigga, Barbie laughed at him. Like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation went about how he got 12 and ills on his jet or some whole shit.
Because y'all niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no jams. He ain't no jams. He popped up at my crib on purple swag. I made that nigga. That's why he feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been that. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last one.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit, you know, find out.
And he could have ended it when he.
Yeah, this man really said he made Rocky. He made Rocky. What did Jay-Z tell Dame Dash? I heard him up saying they made Hope. Made Hope say, okay, so make another Hope. Like, come on, really. Come on. I don't know how. Did I catch it the first time? Because what?
Shot at you. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times? You gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He planned it. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm coming to a gun battle. I came to meet him to see what the fuck this status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Jimmy and Ills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds. First thing happened like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. You stupid. He did it all on camera, champ. So the world looking at me because of Barry's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, this whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like a man.
That's what I like. Like, what's your, I guess it was the end game here, bro. Like, you feel me?
The end game, I'm just doing this shit out of here. That was my game. And regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire that's trying to kill me.
So, really to get hit, bro, or you just trying to make more of this shit?
It's telling you
He got to face the consequences of that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
I mean, like, watch that shit in the streets type shit, like, man.
You ain't on the street, nigga. Bro, what the fuck?
I feel, bro.
You know who my family is? This ain't no street nigga. They ain't got 3 or 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on, don't do that.
Yeah, I feel you, bro.
Don't do that. Don't do that. This man running around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga. You already know what would happen. Everybody know what would happen. We're talking about A$AP Rocky, bro. The face of Dior, like, come on, stop it. This ain't a street nigga.
Nah, I'm just trying to, I'm just, cause I fuck with you heavy, bro. You know, I was always love every time, nigga, and y'all fuck with
I'm trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he's no gangster around doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
Okay. So how niggas
They
play?
got 3 or 4 bodyguards from 24/7.
So then, like, what's next though, bro? Like, niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just watch this shit?
He's finished.
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
I tried already, bro. You don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you gotta look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand I'm not a dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer first called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
All right, folks, this time take 10 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 2:45.
Let's hope we're going to wrap this up. I missed the whole daggone day, didn't I, y'all? I mean, it's Valentine's Day. I don't know how they
You
expect
don't have
me
to
to be
take that.
in court.
So that was the key evidence in this case regarding Relly. Could not have been more plain than what he said. Could not have been more credible regarding the issues that matter. And what are the issues that matter? The defendant shot him. The defendant brought a gun, a real gun, to the scene. What's interesting is that it's very clear, and you heard the testimony from Wally. Wally said he was, quote, mediating, which, please. At one point in time, what you heard him say, he changed the word, which I hate to get. Also, I'll think of it in a second. This is what happens when you get on the board.
Mitigating.
Mitigating, thank you. Later on, he said, no, he was trying to mitigate. Sometimes that's called a gaffe. A gaffe is something that you don't mean to say, but which turns out to be true. He was trying to mitigate for Rocky. And how do you know? Because he called Rocky immediately afterward. And then he's saying, I don't remember what Rocky said. I couldn't tell you. Why is he calling him? Why is he taking this? And why during this call, repeatedly, he is telling Relly, ask for a bag, meaning ask for money. Relly's telling him, I asked for money. He doesn't want to give it to me. Wally continually says, hey, basically, why are you taking it to the guys? Why take it to the boys? Meaning, why'd you bring the cops into it? He is doing the bidding for the defendant. And what's amazing, and again, it's not right, but the defendant, according to Relly, could have eliminated this whole situation by simply taking care of it with Relly. It wouldn't have been right. It wouldn't have changed what he did. But Relly apparently would have been on an island where we couldn't have found him. He didn't want to do it. His choice, his option, his consequences. Now, the defense said that we believe, this is a quote, that that tape is, quote, death to our case. I don't know what he means by death. That is not death to our case. That tape was the key to Relly's credibility if you believe it is important. In other words, that tape backs up every material point that Relly has made. Okay, believability of witnesses. In determining the believability of a witness, this is California 226, you may consider anything that has a tendency to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the witness. Again, I'm going to be very clear. Twelve and ASAP Lou came in there, and they repeatedly lied just about almost everything. I'm not going to go through all the inconsistencies. 12E didn't want to concede that he's reliant on the defendant, didn't want to admit that he's talked to the defendant. If you believe 12E and Lou, they've had almost no conversations about what happened in this case since the start. And if you believe Wally, even though Wally is, quote, mediating the situation, he's never talked to Rocky about it. He's never talked to 12E about it. How do you mediate a situation when you're only talking to one party? It's just not true. They lied. The difference between Relly and the defense witnesses is Relly was hostile. Relly was angry. Relly threw things. Listen, that wasn't appropriate conduct. You saw the judge. The judge was very frustrated with him. Everybody was frustrated with him. Listen, Mr. Proslenik, that was his witness. That's no easy task for him. But in the end, his credibility about what counts in this case was absolutely proven, and it was proven through their own witness. The evidence in this case, remember, we didn't have that tape. That tape came from Wally. We heard that tape only slightly before you did. Wally comes in and testifies, they play a snippet, and we play the rest. So when you're looking at the factors, you're looking at what witnesses are to be believed. They called 3 witnesses. All 3 of them perjured themselves. All 3 of them lied. All 3 of them came in to protect the defendant. And although they were calmer and more respectful, they perjured themselves in material areas. Relly, on the other hand, was truthful about everything that counted. So the defense focused on the fact that basically you can reject the testimony of Relly if you find that he lied about anything. However, Calcrim 226 tells you do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether the differences are important or not. So listen, is it true that Relly at points in time was untruthful during his testimony? Absolutely. When he's saying, I don't know my girlfriend's name, of course he knows his girlfriend's name. When he's saying he doesn't know about a place in Miami that he purchased, of course he knows. But those differences, those inconsistencies, those conflicts, they're not only not important, they are completely irrelevant. In talking about ASAP Lou for a second, I'm going to come back to that. Okay, let's talk about the injuries to Relly's hand. Now, the defense said, hey, prosecution, you did not call a witness to come in here and say that that is a wound from a gun. How is somebody going to be able to come look at an injury and tell you where it came from? Now, here's what you have to ask yourself. If there was something about that injury that was inconsistent, where it could not have come from a firearm.
On evidence.
What? Is this an exhibit? It's not evidence.
I believe this is the correct exhibit. Is this
It's the incorrect.
oh, you know what? Hold on a minute, let me back it up. That's my fault. I have the wrong picture, excuse me. The same, let me change it. Thank you. Okay, this is the correct exhibit. So we're still talking about the injury of the hands. And you know, without question, that if was an expert who could come in here and testify, you know what? Those injuries could not have come from a graze wound. They would have called that witness. And again, how do you know? Look at the team that's standing over there. Look at the fact that they called in Wally. To the purpose of calling Wally, bring him out from France for thousands of dollars, obviously, was to simply impeach Relly with the fact that it was his voice. So if there was a medical professional who could come in here and tell you, well, that didn't come from a gunshot, you would have heard from them. And the failure to call a logical witness is something you can consider, and you should consider. And when the defense says, wait a minute, the people didn't call somebody in to testify, well, you have to ask yourself, if we call someone in to testify, what are we going to be able to get from them? Do you think common sense, you don't have to be an expert, who can look at an injury like this and say, yeah, that came from a bullet? You can. You can look at it and go, okay, could it be a graze wound? Sure. So if the defense had an expert that was going to say what they wanted, you would have heard from them. Okay, let's talk about Gills for a second. This was, again, the defense went all in on a couple of things. One of the things that went all in was that if there were casings at the scene, LAPD would have found them. Well, they didn't realize that the prop gun put out casings as well, and therefore the question isn't that LAPD missed the 9mm casings in this case. The issue is that without question, whether it was the 9mm or the prop gun, and would have left casings, and LAPD missed it. Why? We'll never know. Why did Relly find it? Well, he had the advantage of knowing exactly where it was. Same thing with Ills. Again, the plan was clearly from these witnesses, and particularly from 12E, we're going to build up the fact that Relly gave Ills a beatdown. This had to do with his strength, how strong he is. He's punching him in the fist. Remember the judge? I still think there's a difference between a closed fist and a regular fist. But the judge, if you remember, when I mentioned closed fist, the judge said, well, a fist is a fist. It doesn't really matter. Their testimony was, and even today, you've got the defense saying how Relly is landing haymakers on Ills. They said that he was bleeding. Okay? Relly's a big guy. He's very strong. They said he was punched in the face at least 3 times. Well, I guess they didn't realize we were going to have a video the next day, less than 24 hours later. And this is from the video. Look at his face. No injuries. No injuries. Nothing. 0. Still photo from the video. Nothing. That is not the face of somebody that was punched in the face repeatedly, given a beating by a large, strong man less than 24 hours before. Someone who they said was bleeding from an injury to the lip when we see nothing. And by the way, where is Ills? Ills is his friend, Rocky's friend. If you think for a moment that Ills would have had something helpful to say in this case, they would have called him. And when they said, wait a minute, the people needed to call him, why on earth would it make sense for the people to call one of the 3 individuals who was clearly involved in ambushing Relly in the first place and who is reliant on the defendant for his career? If Ills had anything helpful, they would have called him.
Objection to verdict.
Overruled. So I brought this up in voir dire, and this is really important, an idea that I wanted to make sure you guys understand. We mentioned that we might have to be a little bit aggressive on cross-examination. And I wanted to make sure I asked you all in advance, hey, listen, if we have to be aggressive in cross-examination with witnesses, are you going to hold that against us? You all said that you wouldn't. Now, whether you all found Mr. Prezlenick to be too aggressive, too loud, too mean, I can't control this man. I can try, but it's impossible. And again, I make that joke because obviously I'm an intense guy. This is a serious situation we're in. And Mr. Tacopina got up here, he explained to you what it's like to be a defense attorney, what it's like to have what he says against a client. Let me tell you something. I want you to imagine right now that someone you cared about was a victim. What kind of prosecutor would you want? Would you want somebody who takes what they're doing seriously, who is aggressive, who does their job, and who goes after witnesses who need going after? So I'm not asking you guys to like me. It'd be nice if you did. That's not what this case is about. It's not about me, my personality. It's not about Mr. Tacopina's personality. It's not what the evidence in the case is. And there's a great quote, Professor John Henry Whitmore, Northwestern Law School dean. He also wrote a series of books, legal books. He was a scholar. And what he said was, cross-examination is beyond any doubt the greatest legal engine ever invented for the discovery of truth. The defense put up 3 witnesses who lied about basically every material fact they were asked about. Those lies were exposed in cross-examination. Was it gentle? It wasn't. But that's what it took. And I want to apologize for it. I said before, I can't expect you all to do your job if I don't do mine. All right, let's talk about what the elements are of assault with a semi-automatic firearm, 245 feet. 1, you don't need to actually touch someone. So the fact that did the defendant touch Relly with the gun on the first incident, it doesn't matter. By the way, he pulls the gun out. If any of you are buying the idea, as 12 said, that it fell out when his pants were being pulled up, then I'm up here wasting my breath. I would add that you're all intelligent people, and if anybody is even remotely considering that, I would ask you to ask yourselves and to ask them, is that what you think, or are you trying to find a way to not convict this man because of who he is? The issue of treating everybody equally, it's paramount to our criminal justice system. So, again, back to the elements, you don't need to actually touch someone. The evidence is that you did. You do not need to intend to use the force, meaning you don't have to pull that gun, meaning that you're planning on shooting it. You don't actually need to injure someone. You don't need to fire the gun. You don't even need to point the gun at the victim. This is in the instruction. And that also goes for the personal use of the firearm. Now, the one thing is, it has to be a firearm. And again, I'm going to go back to this because it's so important. The defense is it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. They say it's prop gun. They say all the evidence shows it's prop gun. We say it's firearm. Once you decide that it is a firearm, that means that their entire defense has fallen apart. And now what Mr. Tacopina apparently wants you to do is say, well, even if the witnesses we put on lied, even if it was a real gun, here's why it was self-defense. There's an old story about it's a civil case, civil lawyer, and he has a dog bite case, and he is defending his client with the dog, and they're being sued. The client is being sued because his dog has allegedly bit somebody. He gets up and closes an argument, and he says as follows: "Hey, listen, my client's dog, there's no way he could have done any kind of damage to the plaintiff because he was on a leash. He was in the yard, could not have gotten to where he says he got. But if you find that he was loose, the dog's old, and he couldn't have done any damage with those old teeth of his. But okay, if you find that he was off leash and he had some big teeth, well, my final defense is my client doesn't own a dog." That's what we have here. It's no different. It's a prop gun. Absolutely a prop gun. Evidence doesn't show it's a prop gun, but it's a prop gun. But if you find it's not a prop gun, here's why Rocky fired a real gun in self-defense. It is almost insulting because it is so inconsistent. So when a defendant equips and positions himself to carry out a battery, he has the present ability required, even if some steps remain to be taken. This is basically saying once he's taken that gun out and he's committed the assault, when that gun comes out, that point in time, the assault's done. So this is the 3470, the right to self-defense. And this is really important because remember, it only applies if it is a real gun and not a prop gun. But it's a little more than that, because what it basically says is you have to show that they are acting in lawful self-defense or of defense of another. The defense position in this case is that the defendant was acting to protect Relly and Ills. But it's more than that, okay? So basically they're saying that the defendant believed that he, Ills, and Twelby were in imminent danger, okay, of suffering bodily injury. And by the way, and you all know this, if someone is in danger of being touched unlawfully, you can't shoot them, okay? You don't have to actually go through jury instructions to figure that out, okay? If I go and I slap one of you guys, you can't shoot me. And why is that? Because he's got to believe that the immediate use of force was necessary to defend against the danger and that it was no more force than was reasonably necessary to defend against the danger. So what does all this mean? Well, they're basically claiming that the defendant used a prop gun, which means self-defense doesn't apply. So as soon as you find that out, you're done. But they're also arguing, hey, if you find, well, then it was a gun, even though that's not our argument. And Mr. Tacopina wouldn't come out and say it. But that's what the law is. If you don't believe me, you can ask the judge. Self-defense only applies in this case if it's a real gun. And the problem is, it also only applies if the force used was no more than reasonably necessary to defend against that danger. And now let's look at what that alleged danger is. There is no beating up of Ills, okay? There was no beating up of Ills. It's a lie. It's not true. You see the video. But even if somehow you wanted to argue, and you know it's a lie, because you can see that the gun, you can't see what the item is. So let's be clear. You can see Rocky pulling something out. You can't tell what it is, but you can then see that what he takes, he ends up putting out in front of him and aiming and shooting. That is what prompts Relly to grab Ills. They say, well, he had to use, I guess, and Mr. Tech can never argue this. He can't because it's inconsistent with his theory. But the theory would have to be that Rocky ended up firing the gun at Relly, because Ills was in imminent danger. What imminent danger? He's got no injury. It's made up. The defense is created. It didn't happen. Very important. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. So even if you somehow believe that Relly was going to cause future harm, it doesn't work. He has to have believed at the time that there was imminent danger of bodily injury. Imminent danger of bodily injury. Okay? That's what you need. It has to be reasonable, and he has to act because of that belief. You don't have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why the defense didn't really argue it, because they are riding the boat. Their position is the dog was off the leash. So the dog was on the leash. Not that the dog had no teeth, and not that the guy didn't own the dog. But in the end, that's what their argument requires. You have to believe inconsistent defenses. It just doesn't work. Now again, the slightest touching, we're not talking about the slightest touching. They're basically saying that in the first incident, they're trying to argue that Relly is the aggressor when the facts in the video don't show it. Even if he grabbed his arm, No one says he has a weapon. You cannot pull a gun on somebody who doesn't have a weapon, who's not physically hurting you. You can't threaten him with a firearm. I mean, I don't have to explain that to you all. You understand that. You can't do it. It doesn't work. So we have the burden of proving that beyond a reasonable doubt. However, again, it doesn't come into existence until you find that it was a real gun. And once you find it's a real gun, it means their entire defense was fabricated. It wasn't true. Automatically, there was no way that it could be a real gun and the defense was not fabricated. Those are impossible. Those are mutually inconsistent possibilities. And when I say possibilities, meaning alternatives. So, a person who starts a fight has a right to self-defense. Relly did not start this fight. The defendant started this fight. And he has to actually, in good faith, he's got to try to stop fighting, which he doesn't. He's the aggressor. Both incidents. And in no way is element 2 satisfied either. So you can play games debating how a self-defense claim that the defense is not even relying on doesn't apply to the case. But you know that. Their defense is, no question, it's prop gun. A person also cannot claim self-defense if they are the one that provokes a fight or quarrel with the intent to create an excuse to use force. And that's what happened here. Relly didn't even use any force. Basically, the defendant assaults him with a firearm because he's mad at him. Shoots at him again because either Relly said something or he's still angry. So, in the end, the statements, Terrell gave a lot of statements in this case. And about all the issues that matter, he was consistent. Now, they want to say, but wait a minute. He originally said it was 3 to 4 shots. And imagine for a second. Remember, he doesn't know in advance the defendant is going to shoot. So his memory, and you can all, it's not hard to imagine, you're in a situation where you believe you're fighting for your life. How do you know that Relly was fighting for his life? He's telling Wally he was fighting for his life. He's saying the defendant tried to take him from his daughter. He believes at the time the defendant has fired 3 or 4 shots. And when he talks to Wally, he says 5 shots. That doesn't matter. That's not a question of credibility, and here's why. If Relly were making this up, and remember what they're saying. They're also saying that Relly had to have planted the 9mm casings, okay? And let's talk about that for a second, because it's important. They are saying, hey, listen, Relly was out here 2 weeks before this shooting, and we don't know that he went back home. So apparently, Relly planned this out in advance. He got 9mm casings from when he went target shooting, knowing that 2 weeks later, the defendant would be upset with him, would text him repeatedly, and would assault him with a 9mm firearm, and he would have casings ready to put at the scene. But just to make it extra difficult, he's going to tell the cops, you know what, I got shot 3 or 4, there were 3 or 4 gunshots, but he's only going to turn in 2 casings. So remember, if he's making up this whole thing, which of course he isn't, he is certainly going to produce the amount of casings at the scene that he is saying happened. That's an irrefutable concept. And that's not what occurs. And the idea that somehow Relly is Nostradamus and knows all these things are going to happen. And let's look at what had to have occurred. It's 10 p.m. on a Saturday night in Hollywood. Relly doesn't live here. We know from ASAP Lou, he can't go out and buy ammunition. He doesn't have a gun. So he certainly could not have, after this incident, bought a gun, fired the ammunition, and dumped it at the scene. So that means that he's carrying around 9mm casings just in case the defendant assaults him? It's absurd. Then they say, well, wait a minute. You know that it's made up because look at the magazine that's found at the defendant's house. And now we go back to ASAP Lou. Listen, ASAP Lou, Chris Lemick, he really covered it pretty accurately. He's a Swiss Army knife of assistants, advisors, security stuff. You need a personal assistant, lose your guy. You need someone to give you advice on security, lose your guy. You need someone to come over to stay for a search warrant, lose your guy. You need someone to help you get a prop gun, lose your guy. You need someone to get rid of that prop gun after an incident where that prop gun will prove you to be innocent, lose your guy. Lou's version of what happened is nearly impossible. What is that version? And this is really important because remember, we didn't find out about it at the time. So here's what we know. The evidence in this case that you have, and I confronted the witnesses, is that 12E testified that what he told the defense, what was in the statement we were given, was that the defendant decided to carry a prop gun because he had been the victim of home invasions and violence. Let's just look at that for a moment. Nothing about any particular incidents. And then he gets on the stand and he starts testifying about all these incidents, but he says, oh, well, I told them. I told them about it. I think I told them. I guess I don't know. These alleged incidents of prior violence. And supposedly there's a security person. Just think about this for a moment. 12E testifies that the defendant and he were stabbed at a club with a knife. That there's been a crazy stalker inside the defendant's house. That he's been the victim of other violence. And we're to believe that a security consultant said, hey, you know what you should do? You should carry a fake gun. Because individuals who are going to, and by the way, a home invasion, defense counsel, wait a minute, it's different when you're at your home. That's what 12E said. Those were his words, home invasions and violence. Someone comes in your home. How is a prop gun going to help you? How is a prop gun going to help you against anybody? As soon as you pull a prop gun on somebody, they are going to believe that that prop gun is real. And if they have their own weapon, out of necessity, they're going to have to fire back. It's not just bad advice, it's complete insanity and it's made up. But the situation here is even worse. Because remember, they're saying that Relly knew it was a prop gun from the start. If he knows it's a prop gun, then what is the use in Rocky pulling it out in the first place? It would have no value. Relly said, of course I didn't know it was a prop gun. It wasn't a prop gun. It shot me. But the idea, you don't even need Relly's testimony. The idea, they're the ones saying, their defense is, Relly knew it was a prop gun. He stands up and says, put that fake ass gun away. You look at him in the second incident. Is he acting like that's a fake ass gun? Is anyone acting like it's a fake ass gun? Is the defendant acting like it's a fake ass gun? Of course not, because it wasn't fake. And now let's look at Lou. Lou says, well, so here's what happened. Originally, we hear nothing about the circumstances of I went over to the house and we were going to go shooting. We don't hear any of that. All that he says, now he said, I might have told the defense, I might not have, I don't remember. I didn't get into particulars. Are you kidding me? It's the entire case. But all of a sudden, he gets on the stand and he says, for the first time, well, here's what happened. I was going to teach the defendant, we were going to go shooting at a gun range. So I brought my Glock 380, which does not use 9mm ammunition, and I brought my Smith & Wesson 9mm, which cannot use a Glock 9mm Glock 43 magazine. It won't fit. They don't even look anywhere the same, and that is from Lou. Look completely different. He says he gets over to the house, and that's when he realizes for the first time, oh my God, I bought the wrong magazine for my Glock. Now, does it make sense that he felt a need to go out and buy a magazine for his gun, and then did not find out for some period of time, he wouldn't say where he bought it, when he bought it, and it was not for the right gun, but he made another mistake that he clearly wasn't aware of. I confronted him with the fact, he said, well, so I realized that when I was over there, I tried to put the 9mm, or the 380 ammunition in, and it wouldn't fit. Okay. But why was it found loaded completely with 9mm ammunition? As soon as it didn't fit, he would stop. And that's just, well, I'm a fidgety dude. So while I was drinking, I was fidgeting, just loading a gun, loading a magazine for a gun I don't have and the defendant doesn't have. They spent a lot of time telling you, well, wait a minute, that magazine is new, hasn't been used. I asked Lou, isn't it true, Lou, that when you buy a new gun, most of the time they come with 2 magazines? Well, I don't know, I usually only buy 1. Well, it's interesting because he clearly went out and bought a second magazine for the 380, so not quite understanding what that means. But what is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is here's what happened. Lou doesn't own a Glock 43. He's never had one registered, so he has no reason to have a magazine for a gun he doesn't own. The defendant doesn't have a Glock 43 magazine. He has no reason to have a Glock 43 magazine for a gun he doesn't own. However, there is evidence that suggests that the gun that was used in this crime was a Glock 43. It doesn't have to be, but it is consistent with the evidence. And what is clear is that the defendant got rid of the gun after the incident. Now, he says the gun he got rid of was a prop gun. That's not what the evidence shows. He got rid of that 9mm and the magazine that went with it, but he clearly forgot that in his closet was a second magazine for that gun. A magazine that clearly was not being used in that gun and very well might have been new because he was using the magazine that was in the gun when it was fired at Relly. So Lou's version is completely impeached, but it's even worse than that. So they apparently have this information. Twelvey and Lou have information about this prop gun that will completely prove that the defendant did not commit this crime. And when does it get turned over to prosecutors and police for the first time? January 20th, the day before this trial started. Now they say, oh no, but actually, we told them about it in August 16th or 17th, 2024. That's still almost 3 years after the incident occurred. Remember, ASAP Lou is at the house when the search warrant is served. He didn't even have to go to the police. All he has to do is say, hey, you know what? That magazine, that 9mm magazine, that's mine. By the way, it was a prop gun that he had. Nothing. You know why he didn't say it? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's why. Do you know why Twelvey didn't say anything? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's what the evidence shows. And then what happened? Literally on February 9th, the morning that Lou was going to testify, we are given information. Oh, it turns out that Lou gave the gun to somebody in New York. And that's why they don't have the gun. Now remember, we're finding this out on what is basically the last day of the trial. We don't have the ability to get that person. But the defense, that's someone they've known about all along. Where is he to testify about this gun? They're saying we have to bring this person out here when there's no reason to believe that anything that person is going to say is true. But we're supposed to bring that person out here who we don't even know exists to prove that it's not a prop. I'm sorry, that it's not a prop gun when that's their witness. Do you not think for a moment that if that witness could have withstood cross-examination, they would have brought him out here? Of course they would have. And how do you know that any of this is true? Because you're instructed on it. So the defense spent a long time attacking me, primarily me, attacking Relic. Where is the instruction about evidence that I ended up fabricating? It says if the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? That instruction is because the defendant, by his own, meaning the defense admission, through their witnesses, is that the defendant got rid of the prop gun, the piece of evidence that would demonstrate that he's innocent of these charges, that he got rid of that gun after the incident. The judge isn't going to give that instruction unless that instruction is something you can consider. Not going to do it. What does it say? If the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. If you conclude that the defendant made such an attempt, it is up to you to decide its meaning and importance. However, evidence of such an attempt cannot prove guilt by itself. So in other words, just because the defendant got rid of the gun, that's not enough to prove to you by itself that the defendant is guilty of these crimes. But when you put it with everything else, it is a huge piece of evidence. If someone other than the defendant tried to create false evidence, provide false testimony, or conceal or destroy evidence, that conduct may show the defendant was aware of his guilt. But only if the defendant was present and knew about that conduct, or if not present, authorized the other person's actions. Circumstantially, the evidence suggests that ASAP Lou and Twelby and Wally are not doing this on their own. The evidence, the direct evidence from Wally is that he talked to the defendant immediately afterwards, their conversation. The idea that ASAP Lou and ASAP Twelby were not having repeated conversations about this incident strains any even idea of reality. You all know that's not true. Of course they talked about it. Obviously, it's a huge incident that occurred. So that is an instruction you were given. It doesn't say anything about Relly. There's no instruction like that for Relly in this case. Flight. If the defendant fled immediately after the crime was committed, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? After the incident, guys, the second incident, he takes off. If it is in fact, if it was simply a prop gun, why is he running? Why is Twelby running? Why are they getting out of there? Why are they getting rid of the gun? I mean, I'm trying to argue, you guys, why is the sky blue? And I hope that when you're listening to it, I hope you're all understanding this is not a complicated, complex case. In the end, the evidence in this case, almost all of it, it's not circumstantial. So the video is direct evidence. It's direct evidence of what happened. The testimony of the witnesses is direct evidence. Relly's statement on the call is direct evidence. The testimony, as incredible and unreliable as it is, of Wally, of Twelby, and of ASAP Lou is direct evidence. This is not a circumstantial evidence case. About the only circumstantial evidence in this case that you have that matters is circumstantially, we have to prove that the defendant pointed the gun at Relly in the first incident because we don't have it on video. But we've got his gun being pulled out, we have his gun in front of him, and we have Relly in that position. We have him fighting with Relly right before and fighting with him right after. So the only reasonable interpretation of that circumstantial evidence is what you're seeing. Defendants failure to call logical witnesses. This is really important. I've mentioned this before. Every argument that the defense made, the defense, and again, I'm not blaming Mr. Tacopina. The witnesses got up here and lied. Mr. Tacopina gets a statement from the witnesses. The witnesses say what they're going to say. He calls them. Mr. Tacopina does not vouch for his witnesses, meaning, just as we don't, we call witnesses, and those witnesses testify, and you evaluate them. However, it is certainly legitimate that all these individuals that the defense is saying, why didn't the people call them? Those are witnesses that they are saying we have to introduce to disprove their fabricated defense, which we don't have the ability to do because they control that evidence and information. They've got the prop gun, we don't. They have these witnesses they don't tell us about, we don't. We have proven that this was not a prop gun in every way that we can. It defies common sense, it defies logic, and it defies all the other evidence that we've been given. Now listen, I'm not blaming the defense for what they've come up with. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, okay? That's what they've tried to do. They have tried to take a case, and they got bad luck. Imagine, guys, for a second, if we didn't have those video cameras. Imagine what the defense would be. Well, you can't show anything happening. This is all made up. You got nothing. But we have the video. We have the gunshots. That's bad luck for the defendant. And again, that's the situation he made. That's his luck. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to go back there, and we talked a little bit about this before. Let's assume that somebody, when you go back there, starts saying, what if, isn't it possible that, could this have happened? You are not allowed to speculate outside the evidence. That also goes for things like, well, gosh, what if Rocky gets prison on this case? I don't want to go to prison. If any one of you feel that yourselves, you need to let the court know, I can't serve as a juror on this case. That's okay. Some of you during voir dire at points said, I don't know about certain things. And if you remember, the judge told different jurors, hey, listen, if at any point in time you cannot live up to your oath, let the judge know. If one of the rest of you decide, I'll give you an example. Let's say someone goes back there and they say, you know what? I really dislike DDA Lillard. I don't like him. I didn't like him when I saw him. He's obnoxious, etc. Whatever. If that is what you are basing your verdict on, it's improper. It's misconduct. If someone says, I'm never going to convict on a case, I don't like Lillard. If it's you and you can't get past it, you need to report yourself to the court. If it's someone else, they need to do it. We don't know if misconduct happens unless you let the court know about it. So if people, yourself, others are not living up to their responsibilities, we need to let everybody know. That goes the same for the celebrity issue, okay? The defendant should not be convicted because he's a celebrity. But he also should not be acquitted because he's a celebrity. He should not be acquitted because he's got a lovely family. He should not be acquitted because he's successful and wealthy. He should not be acquitted because he can go out there and entertain people and make millions of dollars. Those are factors you are I'm not just recommending, you're not allowed to consider those factors. All you're doing is you're gonna weigh the evidence in this case, and you're gonna come to your decision. Reasonable doubt in this case. So, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. What does that mean? Well, it simply means that you're going back and you're going to look and you're going to say to yourselves, okay, here's the case that people presented. The people have presented evidence that the defendant used a real gun. Have we proven that it was a real gun? Not just from our case, but from the evidence that the defense put on as well. They've argued this is a prop gun. And when anybody goes back there and says, well, wait a minute, I don't like Relly, I don't find Relly credible. The problem is, what do you need to find Relly credible about? The defendant the evidence is they're admitting it's him. They're admitting it's a gun. They're admitting he fired it. They're admitting that's him at both locations. The only thing that they are really disputing is they're disputing that Rocky ever put the gun up to him in the first incident, which, by the way, once he pulls it out and he's pointing it and you can see it, he doesn't have to point it at him, but once that gun comes out in that situation, you can read the elements of 245. They've got it. The second incident's easy. He actually fires the gun. So where exactly is Relly's credibility? Where is it material? It isn't. They have put Relly on trial in this case because in the end, he is a very convenient target. Legally, it doesn't work. Commonsensically, it doesn't work, but that's what they've argued. You can come and should come to the conclusion in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, based on the video and based on the defense in this case. But if you need Relly's credibility, the best evidence you have comes from Wally, their witness, and that tape. That's the only thing you need to listen to. Any testimony in court, that's in court. Everyone knows why we're in court. That is the one piece of evidence coming from the defense where there's no argument that Relly knew he was being taped. There's no argument that he had any incentive to be untruthful. And you listen to him and you know what he is saying is true. He is shocked. He is basically telling Wally, dude, I tried to get money from him. He don't want to give me any money. Why'd you bring the boys in? He won't give me any money. He tried to kill me. He tried to shoot me. No question. By the way, Wally never mentions it's prop gun because the defense had not been thought of yet. We started off in this case very early on. We started off with the situation with Boomer. And Boomer is a very important illustration of the difference between what's reasonable and what's possible. And as you remember, we know what happened. We know that the evidence demonstrated that Boomer was the one that got into the trash. And the evidence has demonstrated in this case, beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever, that the defendant came hears that on November 6th, 2021, that he committed these crimes. I'm going to end with this. We've done our job in this case. We have. We've put on more than enough evidence through our case, through the cross-examination of witnesses. We've done our job. I'm going to ask you all to do yours, whether you want to convict the defendant or not. based on the evidence, that's what you're compelled to do. Because we can't have individuals, we can't have them deciding that because they're angry, or they're upset, or they've been disrespected, that they're going to be allowed to go out and shoot at people on the street on a busy Saturday night. We cannot have it. More than enough evidence through our case, through the cross-examination of witnesses. We've done our job. I'm going to ask you all to do yours, whether you want to convict the defendant or not. Based on the evidence, that's what you're compelled to do. Because we can't have individuals, we can't have them deciding that because they're angry, or they're upset, or they've been disrespected, that they're going to be allowed to go out and shoot at people on the street on a busy Saturday night. We cannot have it. As you go back there, and I'm going to say this again, the first thing that I would ask you to do is to decide, was this a prop gun or not? And if you decide it is a prop gun, for those of you who do, you're going to have to get past all of the nonsensical evidence in this case. You need to ask yourselves, are you following the evidence? Are you following your head, or are you following your heart for whatever reason? Once you do that, the case is over, because that means the defense is fabricated. That means it was a real gun. That means you can't believe anything that was said by any of their witnesses. And that means that in the end, the defendant used a real firearm and committed these crimes. Again, as defense counsel stated, I want to thank you all for your time and for your attention. And I too want to thank Judge Arnold. It's not been an easy case. And I want to ask, to the best of your ability, when you go back there, you pretend that he's not ASAP Rocky. You pretend that he's just a guy named Rakeem Mears. And you treat him the way you would treat anybody else who was accused of these crimes with this evidence. And when you return a guilty verdict, that is not on you. That's on him, because that is what the evidence has demonstrated. Do not let anybody tell you that you own his conduct. He owns it. On November 6th, he made a very foolish decision, an illegal decision, a criminal decision, a decision that could have hurt individuals far worse than what happened. And it's your job and your responsibility to hold him accountable. Because if we're not going to hold privileged people accountable, who are we going to hold accountable? Again, thank you for your time and attention.
There we have it, folks. There we have it. I have officially caught up because y'all, I hadn't watched it, to be honest. I didn't know if I was gonna get through it or not, honey. But I'm finally through it. I'm finally through it. And what I found very interesting. Well, I'm not gonna say that what was very interesting, because I don't think a lot of it was interesting. It was very boring. It was a very boring closing from both sides. Mr. P started us off. I can't remember his help's name. The other guy from the prosecution, I'm gonna call him Mr. P. But Mr. P, he started off, he definitely put us to sleep I do feel like as the prosecutor, as the state, he did go through and hit the points that he was supposed to make, but God, it was so boring. In addition to the fact that I felt like he harped too much on what really didn't do. Like, really couldn't have did this because, oh, there's more. Oh, wait a minute. There's more. I thought that they just talking to each other. This is for the jury.
5. You have to decide whether those elements, all 5 elements, have been proven beyond or
Wait a minute. Now, let me see. Is there more?
the first remark relates to the jury instruction on circumstantial evidence. It's jury instruction number 224. Jury instruction number 224 tells you everything you need to know about circumstantial evidence. There was some question about whether it was shown in its entirety. The entire jury instruction is in 224. Another thing I want to mention to you is I think it is very obvious that everyone at that table left it all out on the field. Everybody put out 150%. I think that's very evident. All right. I want to hopefully focus your duties by kind of summarizing something that both sides have mentioned to you. All right. The people have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the gun was real. If the people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Mayers used a real 9mm, then the verdict is not guilty. If you do find that the evidence, that the gun was real, then you look at the 5 elements that are listed for assault with a semi-automatic pistol. That's jury instruction 875. You have to decide whether those elements, all 5 elements, have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Then also, you can consider the jury instructions on self-defense and the defense of others. You have that jury instruction as well. So I'm hoping that this assists you in kind of focusing how you deliberate. All right, I'm going to read the 2 final jury instructions. When I'm finished with this, I'm going to send you to where you're going to be deliberating. You won't be deliberating in the jury deliberation room here for this court. You'll be deliberating in the deliberation room that is from my court, which is Department 115 on the 11th floor. So when I release you, I'd like you to go to the 11th floor and go to Department 115. Department 115, it's right there when you get off the elevators. And Alex will meet you up there. He'll escort you into the jury deliberation room. You can take all of your materials, you can set them down, and you can leave for the day. On Tuesday, you must be here by 9 a.m. Jury deliberations start at 9 a.m. And when you show up on Tuesday, you're to gather outside the courtroom doors of Department 115 on the 11th floor. Did you want to say something?
Yes.
Same thing?
It's not too much of a problem. Can we start at 9:30? If possible. If everyone's okay with that. Like,
Is that what you all want? All right, I'm seeing nods. Yeah, all right, 9:30. 9:30. All right, here are the final 2 jury instructions. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized.
I think that's standard. So, jumping back to my summation, my own summation. closing argument. So again, y'all, I think Mr. P did what he was supposed to do. I think he spent a lot of time talking about why I really didn't do certain things, which I thought he could have moved on past. It was really boring. So I'm curious if the jury was able to pick up whatever he was putting down. Mr. Tacopina was long-winded, y'all. Joe went on and on and on and on and on. And I do feel like he went on the things that weren't really necessary to the elements, right? But he doesn't have the burden. So I feel like he just catered his testimony to proving that really was a liar. And that he doesn't care about anything with money. And just making sure that the jury just sees that really was the aggressor. And I did appreciate the Johnny Cochran. So after we watched that interview, we basically learned that Joe used to work with Johnny Cochran. He worked on a couple cases with him, and we know Johnny Cochran's line: "If the glove don't fit, you must have quit." So I thought it was kind of neat, reflecting after that interview that Joe ended his closing with, "If there's basically any doubt, if you have any doubt, then you must have quit." I thought that was a cute little thing there. But yeah, he hung his case or his argument just on Relly's credibility, Relly's word, which is important because a lot of the evidence is just there based off of Relly. Like, we have to take Relly's word for a lot of things. Mr. Lewin joked about the length of time that Joe went on, and honestly, it was a little bit refreshing. And then he went on to try and explain his behavior, but I don't think that Mr. Lewin could erase the way that he behaved in front of the jury. Like, I don't think the jury is going to forget that Lewin was erratic, was crazy, was yelling, was badgering witnesses. Like, I don't think that the jury is going to just forget that. But he did remind the jury that, like, this is not a civil case, and the civil suit, the extortion, that's not really here. I do feel like Lewin did a lot of burden shifting. I thought he was wrong to bring up Rihanna and the kids. And then he also admitted that Relly was a liar too, but he did point out that he felt that Relly was consistent in telling his story. But that call that he played again, I feel like the call didn't help either side, in my opinion. I feel like introducing those calls was risky. But there was some good things that came out from the call for the defense as well as the prosecution. So in my opinion, the call is like null and void. So, I mean, I'm gonna say it's void, but the call, I mean, it didn't help or hurt either side, in my opinion. I think that both sides capitalized on what they could, but for Lewin to say, like, that's our best evidence, that's bad. If those calls are your best evidence of the two charges that you are pursuing, that don't look good. That don't look good. And so maybe the jury picks up on that, maybe they don't. So basically, court resumes tomorrow with jury deliberations at 9:30 Pacific time. So yep, Chloe. And he did say that too. He was like, he apologized to the jury, and that's probably on my other set of notes, like his first half of his closing is in my other set of notes from, I gotta go find them actually to do my 1 minute recap. But I know he did apologize to the jury, and he basically was like, I don't know what's important to you, so I'm just gonna go through it all, because he wanted to make sure he covered any and everything that somebody could be thinking about, which is, I'm not an attorney yet, so I can imagine the anxiety that comes with not knowing what these people are thinking, how they're consuming the information, and trying to hit the facts that are going to be important for them or the facts that they're stuck on. So I apply all defense attorneys because, that's a difficult job right there. That's a difficult job right there. So my assumption right now is that the gun is real. I think that it was a real gun, y'all. And based on the instructions, I think he gets a guilty on brandishing and a not guilty on shooting. And TU, so Columbus asks, why not guilty on the shooting? Because there is a self-defense or, a self-defense clause or instruction there. I think that it's going to be very hard for someone to say that Relly was not the aggressor and he did not put Ills in danger. When we look at the video, we know that the video is off. The sound of the shots to the movements is off, and that matters. So the fact that that can't be 100% lined up accurately for us to say, like, the shots happened at this time and this was the body movement, I don't feel like it's beyond a reasonable doubt. So that is why I go not guilty on the shooting. So I am interested in hearing what y'all think about it, but I do go guilty on the brandishing. All right, I go guilty on the brandishing. I will say that it took me a long time to basically get here because I do feel like neither side really proved if he was guilty or not guilty. I'm sorry, if the gun was real or fake. But I feel like it's a decision that has to be made, and unfortunately, in this situation, I just think it's real. I think it's a real gun. So yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep, exactly. So that leaves the really word of mouth evidence. So I say guilty on both. I totally discounted Relly's testimony. Also, I totally discounted that blurry video and grainy evidence. To me, it proved absolutely nothing. So where do I get the truth? And that's the thing, CB, like, that's why it's going to be interesting to see what the jury does. Like, because honestly, if you and I were on the jury, it sounds like it's hung right now, and it may end in mistrial. If it does the state attempt to retry the case? Because it's so much that's just not proven. It's so much that's just not proven, and so I'm just going off of how I feel at this point, which I'm not supposed to do. But I don't think any reasonable jury could truly find him guilty of shooting that gun. Now, brandishing, I think they could, which is another reason why I would go with not guilty. But I'm adding all this extra stuff, right, to make it fit. And they may get back there and say, no, I'm not adding anything extra. It wasn't proven, yes or no. So I don't know what to do, and I'm not making a decision. Like, they could get back there and totally do that. So if you are discounting all of that, how are you not doubtful? Which is a very good question, Chloe. Very good question. Outside of that evidence, what else do we have, right? We've got 12's testimony and Lou's testimony, which CB calls both of them liars. So I'm guessing that you're discrediting those as well. You've got the lady, you've got the witness, the eyewitness from the 7th floor who was smoking weed. You got her testimony. And you've got what else? The shell casings that he picked up. And my thing with the pictures too, see, because I recall you mentioning really taking pictures of the shell casings with his phone at 11:45, the video not being there. And it's like, he only took pictures close up of the shell casings. Like, he didn't take pictures of the surrounding area. And I feel like that's a little bit of a concern to me. There's no video of him going back. And when there was a video presented, he said that it was him. He tried to point out his girlfriend being in there with him. The detective got on the stand and said, yeah, I don't think that's him. So it's hard. It's a very, very, very hard case. And you remember that the state must prove the gun was real. So did they prove it? Milky, and that's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, my honest opinion is that no, I don't think that they proved that the gun was real. I also don't think that they proved that it was fake. But knowing that the jury is going to have to make a decision off that may end in mistrial. I'm just saying, if that's the first hump they got to get over, it might end in mistrial. They could have been on the pavement anywhere. That's what bothers me, and that's what bothered me about it. Like, the pictures didn't really tell us anything. I mean, you got the lady up there trying to recall what's going on. You know, I'm not saying that she's not a credible witness. It's just like, how does she know if it was real or fake? She's not saying if it's real or fake or not. So it's a lot going on with this case, y'all. I'm eager to see what the jury comes out with, because honestly, my opinion don't even matter, right? It's whatever the jury sees fit. It's whatever the jury sees fit. What happened in the shooting? I got that info from the testimony of the 911 caller, who had no axe to grind in this case. She was totally and completely neutral. Okay, but she doesn't prove if the gun was real or fake either, though, CB. All she says is that it was fired. That's it. And they testify that they say it was fired. Like, I don't think that I'm not gonna sit here and say that this lady is remembering step by step what the hell happened 3-4 years ago. Like, I'm not buying it. She said somebody fell on the ground, and we don't know. We weren't there. So even her testimony has a little flaw in it too. So we'll see, y'all. But tomorrow we will be back. We will watch or wait for verdict watch, and y'all, we will definitely start back watching our secret, what's it called, y'all? The secret, what's that trial we watching, y'all? It's called Secret Somebody Murder Trial. What's it called? Live. Twisted Secrets Murder Trial. We're gonna go back to that on tomorrow. And that's what we're gonna watch. That's what we're gonna watch. Reasonable doubt means that you don't have to feel or think. It must be enough proof for you to have a verdict, right? So if there isn't enough proof to say the gun was real or the gun was fake, what happens? And maybe that's just a question I need to ask one of my attorney friends, right? Does that end in a mistrial? Do they have to say no? Like there's this fuzzy area right there that I'm stuck at. That's my crossroad. Like I didn't feel like they proved it either way. But if I had to make a decision, right, gun to my head, Taylor, what do you think? I'm gonna say that it was real and that he brandished it, but shooting it really was aggressive, and I think he attacked Eels based off of the evidence. So that's what I'm going with. That's what I'm going with. But we appreciate you for being here, Milky J, as well as CB and everybody else, Chloe, Jen Wynn, Kim, all of the regular Taylor Gang members that is in the building, or that be in the building. Destin, Texas T, showed out today. I even saw Sandra. Sandra came in today. Let's see who else came by. Who else stopped by? Shay was here. Brooklyn. I think I called Jim. I think I called Kim. Jason was here for a little bit. We had a lot of Taylor Gang members in the building. A lot. V was here. Sonya was here. Shay was here. I always appreciate the Snorky Stokes was here. I always appreciate the love and support that everybody gives the channel. So if you were here or you're still here, make sure that you hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed already, make sure that you do so. I will see y'all tomorrow. And Skin was here too. Skin was here too. I will see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good evening.